Chapter 2003. After Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva disappeared, Deng Mao felt a little embarrassed. After all, the three people in front of him, Dong Tai, Luo Yang and Xianyuan Qingfeng, were Wu Dao grandmasters who were deeply involved in the Beimeng army. Any one of them was enough to make him suffer, especially the peach blossom sword god who had shown his talent in this battle. Deng Mao probably had to suffer more than one jar. Deng Mao was never known for his talent in martial arts. Instead, he was more like a diligent old farmer. Every time he plowed a piece of land, his harvest was earned through hard work. Of course, Deng Mao's so-called ordinary foundation was only compared to those young people who had shown extraordinary talent in Jianghu. For example, Xianyuan Qingfeng, the owner of the Moonless Tower in the Great Snow Plateau, who had occupied 3 of the 13 chiefs of Auspicious Talisman, was now known as the Twin Jade Annals of Jianghu along with the young vassal king. She was so talented and blessed that she was almost not inferior to Su Fengnian, who was already standing at the top of the world. When Su Fengnian asked the Peach Blossom Sword God to escort the 2 women out of the battlefield, Luo Yang was worried, but she did not look reluctant. She was ready to leave with Dong Tai because she knew very well that with the cultivation of Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva, only Dong Tai and Huyen Daguan among the millions of martial artists in the world could intervene. Other than them, it was no different from a fool's dream if anyone wanted to help or take advantage of the situation. It could even be said that it was useless to say that even the immortals on Earth would be useless. If Luo Yang really wanted to help Su Fengnian, she would leave as far as possible. Otherwise, she would only become a weakness that Tuoba Bodhisattva could use against Su Fengnian. Only Xianyuan Qingfeng looked past the dignified Deng Mao and stared at the Beimeng banner. She was ready to make a move, as if she did not care whether she would be affected by the battle at the peak of the Beimeng army. In this woman's heart, liking someone was very important, but whether the person she liked her or not was not important. In her eyes, there was probably never just a single person's back. In her eyes, there was the heavy snow on the snowfield, the ebb and flow of the Jianghu, the bright moon above the sea, and many people, many things, and many sights. Deng Mao was able to achieve what he had today because of his tenacity. Therefore, this Beimeng grandmaster, who was almost at death's door, was fearless even if he had to fight against 3 people alone. His battle intent surged, and he advanced instead of retreating. Deng Mao held the broken spear tightly, his clothes fluttering. He faced the purple-robed man of the Central Plains and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Xianyuan Qingfeng of the Great Snow Plains?" Xianyuan Qingfeng retracted his gaze and sneered, "Could it be your long-lost mother?" Deng Mao, who had already disregarded life and death, was stunned and speechless for a moment. Clearly, he didn't expect that Xianyuan Qingfeng, a grandmaster of the Jianghu, would say such unbearable words. Not far away, Luo Yang shook her head slightly and clicked her tongue. She really needs to change her temper. It's too unlikable. For some reason, Luo Yang had always held a subtle admiration for this arrogant and despotic chief of the Liang-Wulin alliance. Hearing this, the Peach Blossom Sword God smiled and teased, which was rare of him. The Central Plains, on the other hand, are fond of this. Nowadays, masters roam the Jianghu, hiding and hiding. It's very undesirable. Luo Yang couldn't help but laugh. She remembered something and asked in a low voice, "Why did the heavenly way that fell to the mortal world disappear on its own? Was it because you cut it off?" Dong Tai shook his head and said, "In fact, my sword didn't hit the light beam just now. As for why it suddenly disappeared, I'm not sure if it was to avoid my Taiya sword's edge, or if it was to hide something and have a backup plan." Luo Yang looked up at the sky and said angrily, "It's so annoying. It's like a ghost that won't go away." Dong Tai agreed. He turned his head and looked at the top of North Barricade City. He said to Xianyuan Qingfeng solemnly, "The Beimeng army is about to reach the city. You 2 better go back to support them so that Su Fengnian won't be distracted. As for me, I have to go to the sky and take a look." Xianyuan Qingfeng said expressionlessly, "Since we're already here, there's no reason to turn around and leave. You don't have to worry about me. I, Xianyuan Qingfeng, am in charge of my own life." Dong Tai smiled and dismissed it. Then he chanted the word, rise, and stepped on the Taiya sword. He rose into the sky and broke through the clouds. One man and one sword disappeared into the golden sea of clouds above everyone's heads. If Su Fengnian's enemy was the invincible Tuoba Bodhisattva and was no longer suitable for Dong Tai to interfere, then the only person who could be considered a mortal enemy by the peach blossom sword god would be in the sky. Luo Yang said hello to the back of Mount Huishan's Zi. Then she smiled and said, Xinyuan Qingfeng, I'll give you my deer chasing mountain as your dowry. Anyway, I don't think you'll be able to get married in this lifetime. Xinyuan Qingfeng didn't turn around, but his shoulders were obviously stiff. Luo Yang in white flew up and left with a laugh, returning to North Barricade City. It wasn't that the Beimang army was scared out of their wits and could only allow the former #1 demonic cultivator of Beimang to come and go as she pleased. It was because the battlefield behind Luoyang was already in chaos. Countless Beimang soldiers were frantically fleeing, and no one could pay attention to her movements. It turned out that back then, the northern Mang war god was kicked out by the new King Liang. Even though his tall and sturdy figure didn't fall to the ground, he still slid several dozen zhang away. The 100 or so armored northern Mang cavalry on that path were instantly sent flying to the sides by Tuoba Bodhisattva's retreating body. Both men and horses were sent flying into the air, causing many innocent cavalry soldiers to fall off their horses as well. Su Fengnian didn't follow up with another attack. After landing on the ground, he put his saber back into its sheath. After the dust settled, Tuoba Bodhisattva stood where he was. Although he had been knocked back by Su Fengnian, he didn't look embarrassed at all. This Beimang war god, who had always been crowned as the king of the grassland, had arms like an ape. Strands of golden qi that were almost condensing into solid objects circled around his body. Especially under the light of the rising sun, they shone brightly, as if he was a war god from the heavens. His aura was majestic and unparalleled. He could destroy mountains and shake cities, and thousands of soldiers would flee. The tens of thousands of Beimang soldiers at the center of the battlefield were first shocked when they saw this scene. Then they drew their sabers and roared at the same time. Tuoba Bodhisattva closed his eyes and raised his chin slightly. His entire body was bathed in the sunlight, as if he was intoxicated by the vitality of the world. Su Fengnian took a deep breath. His sleeves fluttered and were instantly filled with the Great Spirit. He took a step forward with his left foot. There was a loud bang under his foot. Cracks appeared and spread in all directions, forming a huge spider web. The next moment, Su Fengnian's figure appeared in front of Tuoba Bodhisattva. He jumped up high and stretched out his right fist in a big arc, quickly smashing towards Tuoba Bodhisattva's forehead. For some reason, Tuoba Bodhisattva didn't move at all. He maintained his original posture and didn't move at all. Su Fengnian's fist smashed down and directly smashed Tuoba Bodhisattva's body. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Su Fengnian stood at the edge of the big pit. He looked down and frowned. Tuoba Bodhisattva stood at the bottom of the pit and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Su Fengnian, who had just punched with the power of thunder. Tuoba Bodhisattva's mouth twitched, full of sarcasm and disdain. At the same time, he seemed to be asking why the young king was so polite, and why he didn't use the more lethal two-sleeved green snake at the beginning. This kind of attack didn't hurt at all. Was it because Su Fengnian had become too weak, or was it because Tuoba Bodhisattva, had become too strong? Su Fengnian's brows relaxed. He gently twisted his wrist and then suddenly clenched his fists. This time, Su Fengnian disappeared in a flash. Probably because his speed was too fast, the place where he originally stood exploded into a cloud of mist. Su Fengnian, who was wearing a purple-gold embroidered robe, rushed forward. Wherever his body passed, a long black rainbow stretched out. No one on the battlefield clearly saw how the young king attacked. They could only vaguely see that Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was covered in golden light, was hit by the black rainbow. His whole body flew backward again and again. The black rainbow followed like a shadow. It was as if Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was shrouded in golden dragons, was hit again and again. In this straight line, more than 100 Beimang cavalrymen who couldn't dodge in time were torn into pieces on the spot. If they were hit directly, they would be smashed into pieces. Every time the two grandmasters collided, the violent sound caused by the collision came late and seemed to be extremely delayed. Every punch landed squarely on the body. There were no flashy moves, nor were there any magnificent and shocking ultimate techniques. On the contrary, it was like a rude and unreasonable fight between villagers. They went back and forth, and it was very straightforward. However, it was purely because the two sides were Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva. It was a Vajra realm against a Vajra realm. With Su Fengnian's current chi dynamic and physique, he could fly and fly at the speed of his sword. However, every time he rushed forward to kill Tuoba Bodhisattva, he would take a step that seemed cumbersome but was actually very mysterious. This was not the Daoist magic of shrinking the ground into an inch, but it was taken from the Grand Peace City's gatekeeper, Master Lu Haosher. At that time, Master Lu Haosher used this move to enter the city from 10 miles away. The starting distance was an inch that an ordinary child could cross in one step. The last step was as long as 1,000 feet. The key was that during this period he could continuously accumulate his power. It was similar to the stacking and stopping that White Fox's face used to scare Tuoba Bodhisattva away. White Fox's face once said that 12 stops could kill a celestial state. Below 16 stops, the celestial's physique was like a piece of white paper. After 18 stops, there would be no land immortals in front of him. Compared to Gu Jiantang, who climbed the Wudong mountain to challenge the Buddhist Vajra Li Dongxin, White Fox's face once said that 12 stops could kill a celestial state. Below 16 stops, the celestial's physique was like a piece of white paper. After 18 stops, there would be no land immortals in front of him. Compared to Gu Jiantang, who climbed Wudong mountain to challenge the Buddhist Vajra Li Dongxin of Buddhism, Vajra Li Dongxin, the battle between masters was fought at the millimeter. Therefore, this step that seemed to slow down the speed was the essence of Su Fengnian's real advantage. As for the four great grandmasters of Wushu evaluation, Su Fengnian was beating Tuoba Bodhisattva from the beginning to the end. Tuoba Bodhisattva could only parry and did not have the strength to fight back. When the high and mighty immortals fought, the ant-like mortals could not hope to sit on a bench and watch the show, not to mention clapping and cheering on the ground or pointing out the world with relish. Chapter 2004. From Qi Xuanzhen's ascension on the demon-slaying platform to Su Fengnian's battle with the immortal of Dragon Tiger Mountain in the capital city's imperial astronomer, countless bloody Jianghu grasslands had already proved this point. In addition to drawing their swords to boost Tuoba Bodhisattva's momentum, Beimang's cavalry had already deliberately retreated to the east and west under the urgent mobilization of some generals and kiliarchs. They did not care about the established formation to prevent themselves from being implicated in the battle between the two grandmasters. It was a pity that the young king who had been suppressed by the heavenly way did not show any signs of weakening. His attacks were still shocking, and Tuoba Bodhisattva inexplicably fell into a dangerous situation where he was beaten passively, causing the thousands of cavalry nearby to die in the hands of their own war god. A Beimang cavalryman who was galloping to the west only felt that he was lifted off the ground and turned around. It turned out that Tuoba Bodhisattva's tall back had hit him near the horse's buttocks. Fortunately, Tuoba Bodhisattva only smashed the back half of the warhorse's body, and the cavalryman was not killed on the spot. However, the young king who was following behind quickly grabbed his head and threw him out. The cavalryman in armor was thrown to Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had just slowed down. The latter stretched out an arm forward. The poor cavalryman crashed into the majestic Qi and shattered like an egg hitting a rock. Su Fengnian passed through the bloody mist and pressed a palm on Tuoba Bodhisattva's chest. In the past, on the reed-filled path outside Xiangfan City, Baoyang His Royal Highness had used a move that he had comprehended from practicing his swordsmanship to defeat the Red Armor Talisman General who was far superior to him. That move was named Armor Removal. This was the first time Su Fengnian used the fixed move in a battle of life and death between the two grandmasters. Logically speaking, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was supposed to retreat faster than before, did not retreat at all at this moment, which was extremely unusual. The golden Qi as thick as an arm wandered freely like dragons, like the eyes of a heavenly king, solemn and dignified. 18 strands of vital energy lingered in the surroundings like 18 coiling flood dragons. After resisting the young king's armor removal, the golden dragons wandered and rolled faster. It was dazzling and made Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was already tall and sturdy, look even more majestic and awe-inspiring. Returning to nature, the chi was as usual. This was the chi that only celestial state warriors or Daoist Xianxia could possess. It was the dream of all martial artists in the world. The second-grade master or first-grade Vajra state. When they occasionally showed up in Jianghu, they were often the most sensational because their chi was much more than ordinary martial artists. They were often the most outstanding when they appeared Jianghu. Their chi was realm level was realm. They would often cause a sensation when they occasionally in Jianghu, because they were and chi that was much realm, they was, and the chi and had seen King, the great lord, north, many who had many times and went alone, many alone north city. Of the many had master. Tuoba Bodhisattva was another special case after Wang Xinji of the martial emperor city. He was a special case among the earth immortals. This Beimang army god's chi was so strong that he had to pour it out. Tuoba Bodhisattva's eyes were full of sarcasm. He seemed to be looking down on the young king's insignificant skill. Su Fengnian changed his palm into 2 fingers and formed a sword. Finger sword style. On the big lake outside Yuyan Mountain Villa, there was once a female chi cultivator from the Guanyin sect who fought Su Fengnian with 2 styles of finger Xian realm. One was Finger Mountain and the other was Finger Sea. They respectively meant Finger Mountain to fill the sea and Finger Sea to destroy the mountain. Tuoba Bodhisattva also felt the chi movement in his chest. After weighing the pros and cons, he turned sideways in the blink of an eye and dodged the young king's finger. As expected, when Bodhisattva Tuoba barely dodged the finger sword, a white rainbow of sword aura shot out. The power of the sword aura was not inferior to the all-out sword strike of a land sword immortal at close range. However, Tuoba Bodhisattva soon showed a somewhat helpless expression. The seemingly aggressive mountain-splitting sword style was suddenly weakened after shooting out for a short distance. At the same time, the young king's 2 fingers turned back into a palm and the back of his hand was placed on Tuoba Bodhisattva's chest. He slapped his arm. Stacked thunder. Tuoba Bodhisattva's chest felt like it was struck by lightning. However, he only gently inhaled and the 18 golden dragons suddenly stopped. Then, the power of the stacked thunder was miraculously removed. The stacked thunder that was on the verge of being triggered had a total of 6 times. It was continuous and progressive. After Tuoba Bodhisattva inhaled and exhaled, the dragons returned to their swimming state. A human's breath was very ordinary. Tuoba Bodhisattva's understatement of movement and stillness made the young king's terrifying stacked thunder disappear after the second stacking. Su Fengnian's left hand, which was hidden in his big sleeve, clenched his fist and loosened his 5 fingers. It was also an extremely simple action. After that, Tuoba Bodhisattva's head shook violently as if it was hit by a bell. Then, his whole body flew out horizontally. Gu Jiantong's thunder square was known as the thunder pool of palms. Tuoba Bodhisattva's body staggered horizontally. He stepped heavily on the ground and forcibly stopped his body. Beimang's god of war raised his arm and gently wiped the blood from his nose with his thumb. Golden blood. The former leader of Buddhism in the world, the dragon tree monk of the 2 Zen temples who met Su Fengnian in Beimang, relied on his supreme cultivation to cast an invincible Vajra body. The blood in his body was refined into golden liquid. 800 years ago, the group of great Qin alchemists who tirelessly went to the sea to search for the immortality elixir for the emperor was actually a kind of zhong shentong in the hearts of the people of the future. Undoubtedly, turning stone into gold was the most fascinating thing. Although this was the short-sightedness of the common people, in fact, after the great Qin dynasty, there were many branches of Taoism such as the Pill Cauldron Talisman Amulet. Of course, the Pill Cauldron sect had a deeper meaning. The Pill Cauldron sect mainly focused on the internal and external Jindan. Even the Talisman Amulet sect had to advocate refining Jindan internally and using talisman amulets externally. Wudong's patriarch Lu was the master of Taoism's inner elixir study. Wudong's Grand Yellow Hall and Jade Emperor Pavilion of Dragon Tiger Mountain were two qi cultivation techniques. The former was regarded as having the magical effect of, once the apertures are enlightened, the golden body. Therefore, Taoism's Midas gold was only one step away from Buddhists' invincible golden body. Chapter 2005. Tuoba Bodhisattva looked around. He was curious as to why the young enemy did not continue to suppress him. Could it be that he had realized that it was a fool's dream to completely destroy his qi in one go? Or was he secretly accumulating his power, the real trump card, similar to the 18 stops that the white fox face forced him to retreat? No matter what the young king thought, Tuoba Bodhisattva did not care. The realm of martial arts, the physique of a martial artist, and the state of mind of martial arts. A tripartite balance. Generally speaking, it was the external physique and the internal state of mind that supported the realm together. Tuoba Bodhisattva was originally very conceited about his physique. It was the same as pure martial artists like Liang Shenyuan Great Disc. The physique was the real foundation. After the battle with Dong Tai, his state of mind was close to perfection and reached the peak. However, after the battle with Su Fengnian in the Thousand Miles West region, he fell into a situation where his life was hanging by a thread. In the Battle of the Dragon Eye Plain, he was forced to retreat by the white fox face with an unprecedented 18 stops. It was one disaster after another. Therefore, even if his physique was far better than before, and his realm was high, he was confident that he had won against the other three grandmasters. Although it was a realm of excessive enthusiasm, there was no hidden danger. Then the only regret, but not the flaw, was his state of mind. The subtlety of the state of mind was that every level had a small perfection of each level. A second-grade master could also achieve a flawless state of mind. For example, Mount Huishan Xinyuan Great Disc and the current Liang Shuelu Spear Saintly Hongho were respected as masters in Jianghu. It was recognized that they had great martial arts but little martial virtues. However, in the same realm, these two were undoubtedly the closest to being invincible. The people of the three sects who could enter the first-grade realm mostly had a good state of mind. However, they often had an empty realm, but their combat power was not as good as the pure martial artists in the realm who cultivated their strength and not their mind. The unpredictability of the state of mind was due to the profound difference. Wang Xianxia, who had dominated Jianghu for 60 years, claimed to be one of the top 10 martial artists. He could fight against 9 people and was absolutely invincible. This was the state of mind of Wang Xianxia that stood above everyone. It made people feel that this God-above old man should have ascended early. Why did he bully people in the mortal world? Tuoba Bodhisattva wanted to know how the young king who disappeared had achieved such a state of mind. Therefore he did not fight. He wanted to let Su Fengnian use his life's unique skill. He wanted to use Su Fengnian as the world's best whetstone to sharpen his state of mind. He wanted to let Su Fengnian to show his skills to use Su Fengnian as the world's best sharpening his state. Tuoba Bodhisattva for the first time to speak. To Su Fengnian. Hanwar atva atva atto to his to fight. Was to tuto him to warm him to him. To him to face. Su, tuto him. Finally, Su Fengnian showed his true form. Hovering in the sky, he lowered his head and replied, "Call you Lord." Tuoba Bodhisattva looked up and sneered, "Is the great king of Bailiang all you can do is talk?" Su Fengnian smiled and squinted his eyes, looking up at the North Rejection City in the south. Here it comes. Dark clouds loomed over the city. In the world, Li Chungang was the most powerful sword user, and Su Fengnian was the second most powerful one. The dense and majestic sword rain was the sword tombs scattered all over Yuzhou and River Province after the battle between the Wudong Mountain and the Zhang family. Although many of them were lost during the battle, there were still thousands of them. There were also more than 6,000 ordinary iron swords collected from Bailiang's Huainan and Huainan's Jianghu by the Fish Dragon Gang. In that instant, Northern Mang's 3 10,000-man siege infantry formations all raised their heads to shoot a glance at the same time. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Nearly 8,000 flying swords came from the east to the west. Then, like an arc of iron cavalry, they flew from the south to the north in the sky above the North Rejection City, quickly sweeping past this majestic border city. In the end, the tips of the swords all pointed at the Beimeng army outside the North Rejection City. No matter how heavy the rain was, no one had ever heard of anyone dying in the rain. But what if knives fell from the sky and flying swords fell from the sky? Tuoba Bodhisattva said in a low voice, "You dare to divert your attention and control the swords. Su Fengnian, you're really courting death." Su Fengnian pressed his hand down heavily. 8,000 falling swords, one sleeve of green snakes, and sword energy like green dragons, rushed toward Tuoba Bodhisattva on the ground. Tuoba Bodhisattva stomped on the ground, and thunder rumbled on the ground. His body rose from the ground, and one of the golden flood dragons rushed toward Su Fengnian first. Su Fengnian's 18 sleeves of green snake sword energy, one sleeve after another. Below the North Rejection City, although almost all the Beimeng infantry raised their shields and tried their best to block the rain of arrows, the flying swords that fell with the momentum of wind and thunder still penetrated the Beimeng heavy shields, armor, and bodies, nailing more than 3,000 Beimeng infantry outside the North Rejection City on the spot. More than 2,000 Beimeng barbarians who were relatively lucky had their shoulders cut off, thighs pierced, or feet pierced. Although their lives were not in danger, their combat strength was severely damaged. The 3 infantry formations that had pushed 50 steps below the city wall with great difficulty were instantly defeated. From the beginning to the end, not a single arrow fell from the North Rejection City wall. Half of the 8,000 swords were broken, but there were still 4,000 swords that were intact and stabbed into the ground at an angle. It was like a sword formation with a solemn aura, blocking between the North Rejection City and the Beimeng army. Such a large-scale sword defense that consumed an infinite amount of qi was bound to have to pay a huge price when facing a martial arts evaluation grandmaster like Tuoba Bodhisattva. First, it was the powerful 8,000 swords and the 18 sleeves of green snake sword. It was up against Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was ready and had 18 flood dragons protecting him. As expected, the young lord's 18 swords were shattered by the golden flood dragons. Although Su Fengnian's Immortal's touch on the top still managed to hit Tuoba Bodhisattva's head, he was also punched in the stomach by the latter. Tuoba Bodhisattva's body swayed as he went against the flow. Step by step, he ascended to the sky and punched Su Fengnian's arms that were blocking in front of him. The last punch even broke through Su Fengnian's arms and smashed on his face. The young lord's body instantly disappeared into a sea of clouds as if he had ascended in broad daylight. Tuoba Bodhisattva hovered in the air, 300 feet above the ground. Heavens above! Chapter 2006. The 2 generals on the left and right flanks of Beimeng, each with 5,000 cavalry, almost went crazy. They were able to participate in the siege as cavalry and obtain this kind of easy merit. Although the merit was not destined to be great, it was easy to win. They did not have to risk their lives like the first group of 30,000 infantry to push to the bottom of the city wall and then risk their lives to besiege the city. As the 2 flanks of cavalry, in fact, they were just shooting a few rounds on horseback symbolically, trying their best to help the elite infantry of the Southern Dynasty suppress the rain of arrows on the city wall. In addition, Beimeng itself had crossbows and more than 2,000 catapults as the main projectile force, so the 2 cavalry forces did not have to bear any responsibility at all. The Bailiang cavalry had long figured out a pattern. Whether the Beimeng barbarians' border army was the old army, the children's army, or the son's army, one just had to look at the status of their general. Generals from Norland who were stationed at the border of the Southern Dynasty were usually not too bad, but also definitely not too high. Therefore, the soldiers and horses under their command were usually in the upper middle, and the majority of them were the children's army. First, the nobles of Norland and the great Devi did not care about the Western capital's imperial court. In the eyes of these arrogant people of the grassland, there were probably not many people who could be considered as officials other than Huang Songpu, Dong Zhuo, and Lu Gui, who were great generals and officials. Furthermore, His Majesty had always carried out the strategy of the remnants of the spring and autumn period and the nobles of Longguan jointly ruling the Southern Dynasty, and did not support the important people of Norland getting involved in the Southern Dynasty. As for the local generals of the Southern Dynasty, it was generally based on the status of their family. The descendants of the Longguan nobles were the most valuable. For example, Wanyan Yinjiang, who had personally rushed to the battlefield at Laolu Mountain in Liuzhou, and his elite cavalry was the old army of the southern dynasty. Whether it was in terms of combat strength or equipment, they were second to none. Then there were the Jia and Yi families outside of the Longguan nobles. They were also deeply rooted in the southern dynasty's military and politics, and were often very familiar with the main field cavalry forces of Bailiang. They could not be underestimated. These two cavalry troops were typical of the southern dynasty's border army. Their ancestors had already secretly relied on their connections to pull strings. It wasn't easy for them to rely on the crown prince, who had personally led the army into battle. Only then did they obtain this treatment that was similar to lying down and taking credit. Who would have thought that before they even entered the range of the horse bow, each of them would be hit by 2 iron nails? Their flesh was badly mangled, and their hearts and livers were in pain. 2 cavalry armies had suffered heavy casualties of nearly 1,000 riders, yet none of them managed to pull out a single arrow from their quivers. In the end, they didn't even touch the walls of North Resisting City. How could the general not be frightened? On the rightmost battlefield of North Ju City, 2 people were blocking their horses. Wei Miao of Nanzhao and Chai Qingshan of Dongyue Sword Pool were 2 grandmasters of the Central Plains. They had never met each other before, so naturally, they had no chance to spar with each other. However, their cooperation was flawless. Wei Miao fought the Beimeng cavalry with his bare hands. His moves were bold and decisive. Every time he punched, the momentum of his fist was heavy and powerful. Often, a charging horseman would have his arm and blade broken. The high-quality scimitar in the hands of a Beimeng horseman was as fragile as a piece of paper. On the other hand, Chai Qingshan had always been known for his exquisite swordsmanship and profound sword aura, which perfectly complemented Wei Miao's firm and fierce fists. Very soon, this grandmaster of swordsmanship no longer deliberately pursued killing moves that were as imposing as a rainbow. Instead, he mostly used 2 styles to kill the enemy. The sword light emitted from the tip of his sword was no more than 2 qi long, but it was already as if he was holding a 5 qi long sword. It was just enough for him to stand on the ground and accurately stab the Beimeng horseman in the chest, or lightly slash the horseman's neck. His long sword was never dyed scarlet. At this time, Wei Miao suddenly changed from his previous vicious fist wind that could kill the enemy with 1 or 2 moves. Instead, he began to move in an arc, or perhaps he began to walk in the mud that didn't even reach his knees. His figure quickly moved about, twisting his waist and shaking his armor. Each time he faced the Northern Mang cavalry's warhorses with his shoulder and back, relying on his Vajra physique, he didn't have to worry about the hacking of warblades at all, instantly sending a border army warhorse flying. Because of Wei Miao's hurried footsteps, he was always able to find a gap between several riders. Even though Northern Mang consciously spread out the width of their charge, immediately forming a line of 7, 8, or even more than 10 riders in an attempt to break the stable formation of the 2 Central Plains grandmasters, doing their best to not give the 2 a chance to switch auras. Wei Miao's fast advance, fast retreat, fast attack, and fast retreat still stopped wave after wave of cavalry formation. Even though the Northern Mang cavalry already realized that they had to exchange the lives of 10 riders for a breath of air, only wishing to slowly exhaust these 2 Central Plains grandmasters to death, under this type of dangerous situation, Wei Miao's attacks that only targeted the mounts and not the Northern Mang soldiers began to contain powerful spiraling hidden energy, creating exaggerated and absurd scenes one after another. Many of the Northern Mang warhorses flew in directions that were simply inconceivable. They might fly to the sides, might fly backwards, might even fly upwards at an angle. These massive, hidden weapons made it impossible for the same line of Northern Mang cavalry and the cavalry behind them to guard against, greatly restricting the Northern Mang cavalry's attempts to quickly advance and form 2 encirclement rings. Even if there were some who slipped through the net and wanted to bypass Wei Miao and flank him from both sides, Chai Qingshan naturally wouldn't rigidly adhere to the rule of you in front and I in back. As the master of a sect whose swordsmanship was the best in the southeast of Liang, did they really think that the old man's sword energy was only 2 feet long? After losing 200 to 300 riders, The Beimang cavalry was unwilling to retreat, and they didn't dare to cower from the battle. After losing 500 to 600 riders, the Chili Arch gritted his teeth and hoped that he could drag out the two martial arts masters to death by taking turns to fight them. After losing more than 1,000 riders, the commander of the cavalry, who had never dared to charge into the battle himself, was already in a killing frenzy. Knowing that there was no way out for him, he ordered all the cavalry under his command to abandon their sabers. They could only charge forward as fast as they could and use their warhorses to ram the two masters. After that, a total of 500 warhorses charged forward madly, as if they were committing suicide in front of the two grandmasters of the Central Plains. As long as the Beimang cavalry didn't pass out or die on the spot, they all stood up and pulled out their sabers to fight. The Beimang cavalry was indeed not the only elite in the world who didn't fear death. In the First Battle of Liangmang, in Liangzhou's Huda City, Yozhou's Gourd Pass, and Liuzhou's Qingcang City, the Beiliang frontier army didn't care about their own safety, and the Beimang soldiers also died in a spectacular fashion. In the Second Battle of Liangmang, from the Miyun Pass in the western regions, to the northern corridor in Liuzhou, to the battlefield of Crone Mountain, and then to the left cavalry against the Winter Thunder elite cavalry and the Ruan cavalry outside the Liangzhou Pass. In every battlefield, both sides of the enemy and their side killed each other to the core. Therefore, the Beimang had always believed that as long as they conquered Beiliang, they would have conquered the vast Central Plains. And the Beiliang had always believed that it really wasn't that they looked down on the elites of the Central Plains or the two Liao Iron Cavalry on purpose. As long as they were in a vast area where cavalry could gallop freely, once they encountered a large-scale grassland cavalry, no matter how many heads the Liang army had, they wouldn't be enough to be chopped off by the Beimang barbarians. In the middle of a conversation that was destined to be buried in the dust of history, Tantanon laughed and asked a certain close friend who always had his hands on the handle, "If we annoy the Su family, they might as well rebel and join hands with the Beimang to invade the Central Plains, then what should we do? Won't we become sinners for all eternity? You, Bai Yin, will be ranked first and I, Huan Wen, will be ranked second?" That Grand Secretary, who was like the sun in the midday sky in the Liang court, had an indifferent expression and gave a humorous answer that didn't match the horse's mouth. "I only hope that when the time comes, all the officials in the court won't feel that the water of martyrdom for the country is too cold and the Liang family has no rope." Huan Wen was still in that court, still standing tall as the Tantan. However, after autumn this year, he had gradually faded out of the court's view and almost didn't participate in the small court meetings. The old man lived in seclusion and became more and more silent, unwilling to speak with others. As a result, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu's opinion of the Beiliang Su family in the depths of his heart was even more unknown. In any case, as the battle between the Jiangnan aristocratic families and the Liaodong aristocratic families in the Liang court became more and more intense, some scholars, who were clean but carried righteousness on their shoulders, after gaining a firm foothold in Tian City, began to speak out. Their words shocked people to death, saying that the old traitor Zhang Julu not only dominated the court, he even secretly colluded with the Northwest Border Army and purposely raised a tiger to cause trouble in order to solidify his position. Although there weren't many of these people, their statuses were often not ordinary. They were seen as having a body of knowledge and ambition but could only be suppressed and ostracized by Zhang Lu, who was led by Bai Yen, who was jealous of their ability during the reign of Yonghui. Now that the clouds had finally parted and the moon could see the light, they should speak out for justice and speak out for the common people. For a time, there was praise everywhere. They had the strength of a scholar, a master of morality, and a pillar of the country. These scholars, who were like carps jumping over the dragon's gate, or famous scholars who were born in the families of generals and ministers, were not many compared to the vast majority of normal scholars, but their voices were the loudest, and they had the most audiences. After this auspicious third year of autumn, at the highest point of the Tian City court, even the Ministry of War Yamen that had fought with the Northwest Su family for so many years did not purposely hide the tragic victory at the Battle of Miyun. In addition to the news of the victory at Old Woman Mountain in Liuzhou that was sent to the capital via the Lianghuai Path's post house, as well as the complete annihilation of Lu Deyuan's Liangzhou left cavalry, the new administrator of the Lianghuai Path, Han Lin, and Jidushi Su Gong, reported everything to the court without missing a word. However, it was still very strange that the entire Taiyan city, from the large families deep in their courtyards to the noisy streets and alleys, did not discuss this matter from beginning to end. It was probably because the former were not willing to speak, and the latter could not hear. The common people of Liang at most heard that the Beiliang Su family had won a few small battles in Liuzhou and suffered a great defeat outside the Liangzhou Pass. Then, very quickly, they were surrounded by the hundreds of thousands of Beiliang's army and that Beijua city. No wonder this Taiyan city that had been used to watching clouds rise and fall for 20 years could not stop the rebel army of the three vassal kings advancing north. Its most urgent situation was that the Southern Expedition General Wu Zhongshuan, who was the Minister of War, personally led 100,000 strong southern troops. The two border armies of the Great Pillar State Gujiantang did not move. Chapter 2007. It was said that Tang Taishuang, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War who had inherited Gu Lu's legacy, was about to leave the capital and lead most of the elites in the capital to set up a second line of defense behind Wu Zhongshuan's army. They were only waiting for the two groups of Liaodong cavalry to come down south. At that time, they would be able to turn defense into offense and push the rebel army back to the south bank of Guangling River. The Shu soldiers of the white-clothed war saint Chen Jibao, the barbarian soldiers of the Yan king Zhao Sun, and the lone king of Jing and were not worth mentioning. For Liang, the two Liaodong border armies that had taken 20 years and half the country's power to build were the world's top elites right next to the Zhao family of Liang. They were like family right under the nose of great and city. They were the cornerstone of the country, the needle that stabilized the sea. The Su family of the Northwest had their own soldiers. How could they trust them? How could the northern Liang Path, a barbaric place where there were as many schools as there were hairs on a cow and few scholars, have the right to sit at the same table as the great peace city that was the best in the world, the Guangling Path that was the richest in the Central Plains, and the Jiangnan Path that was full of literature? Outside Jexi City, it was probably the battle with the greatest disparity in military strength in history. Someone died. The deceased was the southern Tang Confucian scholar Cheng Baishuang. This old scholar who had almost reached the Confucian saint realm and was a grandmaster of the Central Plains at the back of the battlefield with the blind female zither player Xue Songguan should have died last. The old man died of exhaustion. Wei Miao, Chai Qingshan, Lu Huang, and Yu Groom each blocked the 5,000 Beimang cavalry. Wu Luding of the Wu family's sword tomb, sword attendant Sui Hua, and Su Yanbing with his spear behind him firmly blocked the advance of the 10,000-men army on the left flank of Beimang. Mao Shulang of the Southern Plains, Ji Lu, and of the Dragon Palace, and Yu Xingrui of the Wudong Mountain were already surrounded by the 10,000-men infantry on the right flank and the two reinforcements. Among them were almost 1,000 spiderweb warriors and Beimang Jianghu masters. In northern Mang's middle formation, the red-robed Su Ying and Luoyang, who had withdrawn from the center of the army, joined hands. Together with Sui Shiegu, whose sword energy crisscrossed, providing support from the rear, they finally managed to hold back the surging tide that surged south. During this period of time, even though Luoyang had made a trip to northern Mang's crossbow base and unleashed a great slaughter, when faced with more than 2,000 catapult carts that were located in a long arc, it still seemed like the will was willing, but the strength was lacking. Moreover, if she targeted these siege weapons, with just Su Ying and Sui Shigu blocking the infantrymen in the middle, as well as the cavalry army that continuously charged through the two wide corridors, it was extremely likely for the two of them to completely sink into the mud. After Su Yanbing and Yu Xingrui had to go to the left and the right flank, Su Fengnian had to confront Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Dong Tai had to face the celestial being to ensure that the young king could fight Beimang's god of war without any worries. Otherwise, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was already blessed by nature, and had the celestial being constantly fanning the flames above his head, once he successfully climbed to the peak of martial arts, even if Tuoba Bodhisattva only took 30 minutes to become the first person in 500 years, Su Fengnian, who always had to be distracted, would have no chance of surviving. Not to mention killing Tuoba Bodhisattva, even returning to North Resisting City alive was a luxury. In this way, Luo Yang had to deal with the awkward situation of being a clever housewife who could not cook without rice. She had to be restrained. Otherwise, with her cultivation realm, under the premise that Xianyuan Qingfeng had already entangled Deng Mao, Murong Baoding, and Zhong Liang did not come to stop her, it was not impossible for her to enter Beimang's army as if she was invincible. Not only could she destroy half of the catapults, but she could also retreat successfully. Previously, Xue Songguan plucked the strings with his fingers, and the old Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples used his noble spirit to block round after round of catapults, and wave after wave of arrow rain besieging the city. Whether it was the thrown boulders or the locust-like arrows, the most fatal thing was not the aggressive and overwhelming kind, but the dense and rapid way in which they were thrown. At that time, Xue Songguan, who was sitting cross-legged, saw the drops of blood on the guqin on his legs, the broken strings, and the bloody flesh on the fingers of the blind female guqin master. All of these silently told the truth that she, who was not known for her strong physique, was almost at the end of her rope. Therefore, Cheng Baishuang told Xue Songguan not to force himself and let him, an old man, carry the burden. In the old man's words, there was no reason to let a young woman like Miss Xue take on such a heavy responsibility. A young woman like her could only be considered a good thing in the world if she could take care of her husband and children. Not only that, when the old Confucian scholar noticed that his old friend Ji Lu and the other grandmasters on his right were in danger, he made a prompt decision and asked Xue Songguan to go and help. They must not let the large number of Beimang infantry reach the city walls too early. The young blind female guqin master was hesitant. Although she could not see the old man's haggard appearance with her own eyes, how could Xue Songguan, who was ranked in the top 3 in the finger xian skill, not sense the old man's dying breath and the old man's dying breath? She knew in her heart that if she left, the old man would certainly die. She could not bear to. Although the old man and the young woman had only met for a short time and fought side by side without asking for reasons, Xue Songguan already saw this old man from the distant southern Tang kingdom as her own elder. Perhaps he was as old-fashioned as this old man's son Zhao Dingxiu and had a scholarly spirit that she was unfamiliar with. But in the end he was a kind and benevolent old man. Miss Xue, you must not delay the war. Cheng Baishuang took a deep breath and forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood that had already surged up her throat. When she saw the young woman stand up with her guqin, she tried her best to speak gently with a smile. Miss Xue, there was once a famous writer in Jiangnan who was exiled to our country. Before he died in a foreign land, he left behind many poems that were not widely circulated. Among them, there were 2 lines that this old man must pass on to Xue Songguan. I eat 300 lychees a day, and I travel the most in my life. Miss Xue, if you have the chance in the future, you must go there and take a look. If you don't want to enjoy the scenery, lychees that are as expensive as gold in the north are only a few dozen copper coins a caddy in our country. At this point, Cheng Baishuang suddenly stomped her foot and her strength penetrated deep into the ground. She raised her arm and waved her sleeve, like a calligraphy master splashing ink on a piece of paper. Then she seemed to have thought of something interesting and laughed loudly. After a few breaths, she slowly said, Miss Xue, if you don't have someone you like in the future, you might as well find a scholar to grow old with. Although it's hard to avoid sour words, at least there's no need to buy vinegar at home. Xue Songguan, whose back was already to the old man, did not turn around. She only nodded vigorously. She flashed away. Cheng Baishuang retracted her gaze and sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. At this moment, the old man with a head full of frost and snow could no longer hide his exhaustion. Although every time he waved his sleeve, it would bring about a heart-wrenching turbulence in Qi, the old man was always calm. He muttered to himself, but if I feel that there are ghosts and gods in the song, how can I know that I'll starve to death to fill the ravine? Therefore I can't do it. Don't think about your homeland in front of an old friend, and try a new tea with a new fire. But I can't do it. Cheng Baishuang felt the magnificent sword rain above her head. The old man who was holding his breath to prevent his dantian from drying up was too weak to turn his head and open his eyes. He could only vaguely feel that the sword rain fell in the Beimang formation on the side of Xue Songguan. The old man smiled with relief. The country's misfortune is the poet's fortune. First, I hope that there will be no more frontier poems and no more great poets in the future. Second, I hope that the scholars in the future will be happy and forget their worries. They don't know that old age is coming. They don't know that old age is coming. Cheng Baishuang raised her arm for the last time. She was wearing a long robe with wide sleeves, looking like a scholar. The child asked, "Why is it too late to return? Why is it too late to return?" When her arm fell down, the old man's lips moved slightly, but he could no longer raise his arm. The old man lowered his head silently in front of the hundreds of thousands of Beimang troops with his back facing the Beimang city, which was the northwest gate of the Central Plains. During Cheng Baishuang's lifetime, Beimang had never let a huge rock or a crossbow arrow fall into the Beimang city. Who said that a scholar was a useless scholar? Sui Shigu, who was the closest to this remnant of the old southern Tang, did not turn his head. He sighed softly. Originally, with the place where he stood as the center, there were more than 100 snow-white sword auras that were as thick as the mouth of a bowl within 20 feet. Suddenly, the sword auras expanded to 10 feet, and there were 60 more sword auras. More than 80 shield-wielding infantrymen who were cautiously moving forward were killed instantly. Their ending was even more miserable than being torn apart by 5 horses. Ji Lu, the foreign minister of Dragon Palace who was fighting in the middle of Beimang's infantrymen on the right, split a heavily armored Beimang centurion in half with his sword. He suddenly turned his head and roared, "Old bookbag!" At this moment, 7 or 8 spears stabbed toward him. The master bladesman, Mao Shulang, took a big step forward and blocked in front of Ji Lu. He swept his blade horizontally, and the vigorous upstanding chi swept out, cutting all the Beimang infantrymen in half. The great immortal of Wudong, Yu Xingrue, shouted, "How dare you!" The peachwood sword in his hand flashed and pierced through the necks of 3 spiderweb death soldiers beside Mao Shulang. The power of the sword was so powerful that the flying sword of the immortals took their heads. On the left side of the battlefield, Yu Groom and Lu Huang, the 2 apprentice brothers of Martial Emperor City, one was called Cold Blade, and the other was called Sword Shudao. Both sides advanced side by side. Since Su Yambing was at the back to help block the infantrymen, these 2 apprentices of Wang Xinji were completely at ease and advanced forward. Chapter 2008. With a half-step martial sage guarding the rear, there was no need to worry about blocking. They only needed to focus on killing. Yu Groom and Lu Huang seemed to be more powerful than Ji Lu, and the other 2. Lu Huang's sword momentum was strong and his sword moves were simple. Like a woodcutter chopping firewood, no matter if it was a Beimang soldier or a warhorse, under one sword, there was no complete corpse. Yu Groom put away the cold blade that was about to break and put it back into the scabbard. He pulled out the ancient sword Fuji that had been vibrating in the scabbard for a long time. He still casually pointed and pointed. Yu Groom moved like a hare and a falcon fell like a falcon, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Although his killing momentum was not as terrifying as Lu Huang's, even Su Yanbing was surprised when he noticed the subtle change in this person's chi. As expected of Wang Xinji's first disciple, Yu Groom actually showed signs of breaking through in the battlefield. Naturally, he was only one step away from becoming a land sword immortal. Although even after stabilizing his realm, he was still not a real land immortal. As long as his realm reached that level, it would not be comparable to a mysterious celestial and celestial swordsman who accidentally comprehended 1 or 2 sword immortal sword moves. He would probably be the second person after Dong Tai. Bridegroom used sword pressed against the space between the brows of a northern Mang soldier. He didn't look at the corpse that fell off the horse, instead jumping onto the horse's back. He looked forward and reminded Lu Huang in front of him with a sunken voice. Northern Mang has another 1,000 elite cavalry that is currently hurrying over. Lu Huang was about to speak, but Yu Groom had already rushed forward with a laugh. "Let me fight him first." On the far right, just as Chai Qingshan and Wei Miao were changing their positions at the critical moment, a silhouette as swift as a startled swan smashed down from above. A fist as powerful as a thunderbolt hammered into the chest of Chai Qingshan, who was just about to retreat. Even though this sword master, whose name Shuk Li Yang, had already subconsciously placed his sword horizontally in front of him and used the tip of his sword to meet the enemy, hoping to make the uninvited guest retreat in the face of difficulties. He didn't expect that the fist still collided with the tip of his sword without any hesitation. The Daoist sword pool sect master, who was currently taking a breather and had already fought for a long time, was caught off guard, actually being injured by his own longsword. Fortunately, Wei Miao quickly rushed forward, grabbing Chai Qingshan's shoulder with one hand and pulling him back, while blocking the second fist of that northern Mang martial grandmaster with the other. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chai Qingshan flew back over 30 meters. A bloody groove was cut on his chest so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood gushed out and soaked his clothes. As Wei Miao's left hand clenched that fist, because his right hand had to help Chai Qingshan dodge the sword, his second punch was slower than the Beimeng experts by a hair's breadth. However, it was precisely this hair's breadth that allowed the shrewd and treacherous assassin to gain the upper hand. Wei Miao was punched in the forehead. Wei Miao stomped his feet and only took half a step back before stopping himself. He refused to take a single step back. From this, one could see the unyielding nature of the number one expert of Nanzhao. Wei Miao exchanged blows with the newcomer. Both sides took 3 steps back. Wei Miao's fist landed on that person's chest, while his own forehead suffered another punch. With his head heavily injured, Wei Miao's ears were already oozing blood. In his blurred vision, the Beimeng general clad in shining silver armor laughed savagely. Wei Miao is a fist, but there's no fist in the world? The one I'm going to kill is you. While the tall general was speaking, Chai Qingshan hastily took a deep breath and was about to reverse the situation for Wei Miao. But at this moment, the old man heard the blind zither player behind him shout, "Watch out above your head." A second Beimeng assassin with a ghostly figure descended from the sky without a sound or a trace of qi. He was like a wandering ghost. The silver-armored general's opening was clearly a deliberate diversion. Perhaps this was the true killing move of the 2 Beimeng grandmasters after they had worked together. Chai Qingshan quickly took a step back. As Xue Songguan gave the warning, his palm brushed viciously across the zither strings. But a scene that caused the blind zither player to feel grief and indignation appeared. The assassin completely ignored the heavy wound in his chest, as if he could not feel the slightest bit of pain. The extremely slender, 4-foot-long sword in his hand, without sword aura or sword light, chopped straight down between Chai Qingshan's eyebrows. Beimeng's willow, Li Fengshou's haunting spirit. On the brink of life and death, Chai Qingshan still used all his strength to deliver what might be the last strike of his life. It pierced straight for that person's heart. The master of the Daoist sword pool only hoped that this strike would be able to pierce that person's heart. I, Chai Qingshan, don't care if I die. It's good if I can kill one more person. Originally, he should have used this chance to have Li Fengshou kill Chai Qingshan, and then have the silver-armored general use his fists to kill the unstable Wei Miao. That would have been the best situation for both sides to win. But at this moment, Chai Qingshan suddenly realized that although the long sword had left a deep gash in his forehead, it only needed a little more strength to break open his head. If there was a little more strength, it would not be difficult to dismember his body. But that assassin with extremely strange swordsmanship chose to be merciful? At the same time, the silver-armored general of Beimeng's Orange Province, Murong Baoding, seemed to have been immobilized by an immortal, wasting a rare opportunity to deliver a punch. Chai Qingshan's eyes widened. Even the old man, who was a seasoned sword grandmaster, felt that the scene in front of him was too absurd. The Beimeng assassin in front of him was suspended in the air, his arms drooping, and the willow longsword falling to the ground. A section of Willow Li Fengshou's head was grabbed by the neck by someone behind him and lifted in the air. Murong Baoding did not dare to move. He was unbelievably obedient, even though he could clearly see that person's back. It was a purple-gold robe. The king of Baoyang who broke through the sea of clouds and returned to the human world, Su Fengyan. The young king's 5 fingers were like hooks, completely destroying the qi inside the body of this section of willow. The soft and boneless Li Fengshou twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled gloomily. In an instant, Wei Miao wanted to punch and Chai Qingshan wanted to use his sword, but they were too slow. The 2 top martial arts grandmasters believed that even if they were in their peak state, they would not be able to stop the surprise attack of the third assassin of Beimang. The young king's back suffered an unimaginable heavy blow. After a slight shift of his footsteps, his whole body bypassed Chai Qingshan and crashed into the towering wall of the North City. Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan retreated almost at the same time. Unexpectedly, that person did not have the intention to chase after them. He stood in the same place, looked at the base of the wall and sneered, "You really want to die?" Su Fengnian did not obediently hide in the sea of clouds and rely on the protection of Dong Tai to completely stabilize his qi. Instead, he dared to come back to the battlefield to save others. Murong Baoding glanced at the man standing next to him with mixed feelings. Even if he knew that they were in the same camp and their status was not too different, Murong Baoding still could not help but feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not dare to take it lightly. Murong Baoding whispered, "What about that section of willow?" The burly man surrounded by 18 golden dragons did not speak. Murong Baoding's eyes were gloomy, but he did not continue to ask. Under the city walls of North Barricade, Su Fengnian, who had his back to the battlefield, was still holding Li Fengshuo's neck. Li Fengshuo was pressed against the wall, and his face was a bloody mess. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his body had been smashed to pieces. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "You didn't die when I cut you in half last time, but you should be dead this time, right?" The section of willow of Beimang, whose real identity was hidden and prominent, opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to laugh happily, but he could not laugh. He said in a hoarse voice, "Me? I'd rather be dead. It's not a loss to have you, Su Fengnian. Accompany me in death." Su Fengnian said, "Oh." Li Fengshuo slowly closed his eyes, as if he had been relieved of a great burden. He said intermittently, "Don't worry. I'm really going to die this time, but I'll tell you one last secret. I don't need to Oba Bodhisattva to avenge me. I, Li Fengshuo, can do it myself. Su Fengnian, do you believe me?" Su Fengnian twisted his neck and laughed. "Guess?" Su Fengnian threw away the corpse, turned around, and looked up at the sky. He knew what Tuoba Bodhisattva was waiting for. The suppression of the heavenly Tao that Beimang had planned had two uses. First, it would wear down his Bailiang destiny. This was what the immortals in the heavens cared about the most. Next, it would destroy his body and add flowers to the brocade of the Beimang military god. Because he had not expected Zhao Changling to lead many exiled immortals to land in Bailiang and add so much destiny to Bailiang, and then Dong Tai arrived with Taiya and slashed through the air, the pillar of light targeted at him had to be retracted early. As to where half of the heavenly Tao was, Su Fengnian did not know and did not care, but it definitely had something to do with this dead branch of the willow. Li Fengshuo was more or less the primer. Whoever killed this illegitimate son of Li Mibi would attract the next suppression. Su Fengnian was sure that even if he did not kill Li Fengshuo, this madman would stretch out his neck for him to chop. Maybe Li Fengshuo had a deeper identity and was a banished immortal. In his previous life, he was the ruler of a country destroyed by Su Shao, or traced back to before the Great Qin. In short, it was an old debt that could not be settled by reason for several lifetimes. Su Fengnian had long seen through it. Too much debt was not a burden, but since there was no next life, he would resolve it completely in this life. Su Fengnian walked out of the shadows step by step. On and below the city walls, this Liang Wang tore off the python robe. His clothes were like snow. Just like when white robes left Liangzhou. This young man who no longer wanted to be some bullshit Liang vassal king smiled brightly for no reason. Then he raised his head and said in a clear voice, "Su Zhao's eldest son, Su Fengnian, seeks death here." Chapter 2009. Previously, the northern Mang war god, the young vassal king, the peach blossom sword deity, and the white-clothed Luo Yang had left the northern Mang armies hinterland one after another. Only Mount Huishanzi, who insisted on continuing to advance, was left to face Deng Mao and the layers upon layers of grassland cavalry alone. Deng Mao with the broken spear couldn't help but admire the courage of this Central Plains woman. She was not inferior to any man in the world. Deng Mao, who had always been a man of few words, couldn't help but ask, "Xinyuan Qingfeng, why do you have to do this?" Xinyuan Qingfeng had broken through the enemy's formation so far, and her killing intent was extremely heavy. Her attacks were worthy of the saying, "Strength like a bowstring, strike like a thunderclap." Along the way, no matter whether it was the heavily armored infantry or the elite cavalry, as long as they were touched by her, they would definitely die without a complete corpse. The reason why she could be called the twin jade annulus of Liang, together with the young feudal lord, was not only because of her extremely high realm, but also because her foundation, both her body and qi, was very solid. The qi in her body was both vigorous and long. Xianyuan Qingfeng put her hands behind her back. On the battlefield, the south wind blew, and this mistress of the great snow meadow, whose back was facing Beiming City, had her hair and skirt fluttering to the north. She was as beautiful as a goddess. Deng Mao had followed Luo Yang and Yelu Dongchuang to Mount Zhulu in the Central Plains years ago, and even intercepted the convoy that was escorting Gao Shulu south to Guangling Road. He had followed the two of them around Liang, so he was not unfamiliar with the Jianghu of the Central Plains. He was a nominal guest of Yelu Dongchuang's branch of the Yelu family, which was somewhat similar to Huang Fangfua of Mount Huishan and Ji Lu, and of Dragon Palace. His status was relatively high, but it was not as simple as a vine attached to a tree. It was said that when Deng Mao was defeated in the grassland, Yelu Hongkai, who was respectfully called Old Lord by the nobles of Norland, helped him and honored him as a distinguished guest. Deng Mao was naturally grateful. If he said that he had no friendship with Luo Yang, he would be deceiving himself and others. In fact, the proud and arrogant Deng Mao respected Luo Yang very much, not only because of the affection between a man and a woman, but also because of the admiration of a kindred spirit. However, Deng Mao's ambition was to reach the peak of martial arts, so his shallow feelings for the hierarch of Mount Zhulu had always been buried deep in his heart, like a jar of old wine buried underground. He did not need to take it out to drink, nor did he want to part with it. As long as he occasionally remembered it, he seemed to be able to smell the wine lingering at the tip of his nose. At this moment, the two were confronting each other. In terms of cultivation level, Deng Mao was a grandmaster of Beimeng from the same era as Zhong Liang and Murong Baoding. As a senior of Mount Huishan, Deng Mao was actually half a realm lower than Xianyuan Qingfeng. He was only an ordinary heavenly phenomenon cultivator, far from reaching the threshold of Earth Immortal. However, even someone as conceited as Xianyuan Qingfeng did not act rashly. She did not think that she could easily surpass this man and take the head of the crown prince of Beimeng. From this, one could see her fear of Deng Mao. Of course, Xianyuan Qingfeng also had the intention of accumulating his qi to recover to his peak, so he didn't deliberately conceal it. Deng Mao's not stopping him might seem like he was underestimating his opponent, but it was actually a kind of trade-off. Xianyuan Qingfeng's qi was indeed steadily rising, but the momentum from before was slightly decreasing. Deng Mao actually did not want to see this legendary woman die prematurely. However, seeing Xianyuan Qingfeng's attitude, Deng Mao knew that it was useless to say more. Since he was able to be placed near the Tianyuan of this chessboard by Beimeng's peace order, as the most important chess piece to keep the king of Bailiang in check of Su Fengnian, how could Deng Mao's trump card, which he did not have time to use against Su Fengnian, be judged by common sense? Xianyuan Qingfeng's black hair fluttered wantonly. Her heart was as calm as still water. If the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai was at the highest point of the battlefield, then she was undoubtedly at the northernmost point of the north-resisting city. Deng Mao finally laughed loudly and asked, "You really don't regret it?" Xianyuan Qingfeng's expression was indifferent. She did not say any heroic words. Xianyuan Jingqing's daughter never knew what regret was in this life. Deng Mao took a heavy step forward. Xianyuan Qingfeng, whose purple clothes were stained with blood, rushed forward almost at the same time. Both of them tacitly chose to fight in close quarters. Life and death would be decided within 10 feet. The Beimeng banner fluttered in the wind, stirring up waves of ripples and flapping noises. Beimeng's crown prince Yelu Hongkai, who was clad in golden armor, had a gloomy expression. The magnificent beam of light, which symbolized the majesty of the way of heaven, had descended from the sky and landed in the open space in front of the crown prince. Yelu Hongkai had not expected that under such terrifying suppression, The young king of Liang had not been reduced to powder and could still escape. This was tantamount to slapping the crown prince in the face. He did not forget to say, "See you later." Yelu Hongkai had been forced to endure and lie dormant for more than 10 years due to the circumstances, and had developed a considerable shrewdness. However, at the peak of his life, when he felt that the entire Central Plains was already in his bag, the new King Liang had shouldered the way of heaven with his own strength. This caused Yelu Hongkai, who had an army of 400,000, to feel a strong sense of resentment. Every blade was carved into his heart. People in the world were most afraid of comparison. Beauties, famous generals, power, and wealth were all like this. Before Yelu Hongkai had met Su Fengnian, he had heard so much about the news of the butchering eldest son in recent years that calluses had formed in his ears. As for Su Fengnian, who had successfully ousted Chen Zhibao and eventually succeeded in inheriting the throne, Yelu Hongkai actually felt a kind of complex sympathy for each other deep in his heart. This was why he had the Beimeng princess, who had assumed the pseudonym Fan Bainu, sneak into Liangzhou and take the initiative to convey his goodwill to the young king of Liangzhou. Chapter 2010. Yelu Hongkai glanced at a rider in the distance. She was gathered with 4 or 5 people from the chess and sword music school. They were probably discussing how to stop those grandmasters from the Central Plains. Yelu Hongkai looked at her without the slightest gentleness. Even though she had shared a bed with him for more than 10 years, she still maintained a respectful relationship with him. She suddenly turned her head and looked at him. Yelu Hongkai immediately squeezed out a warm smile. She nodded at him and then turned back to continue her discussion with the others. When she withdrew her gaze, Yelu Hongkai's expression quickly became ice-cold. When a timid imperial guard Shui stealthily arrived at his side, the gentle expression that appeared on Yelu Hongkai's face this time came from the bottom of his heart. In this vast prairie, the only person this northern Mang crown prince could share some intimate words with was actually this person at his side. Different from the Fergana horse that Yelu Hongkai rode, the retainer's mount was a tall, snow-white steed that exuded a glossy luster similar to fine jade. The young rider wore a slightly large helmet that covered his eyebrows, revealing half of his extremely feminine and handsome face. Yelu Hongkai looked at the retainer, carefully maintaining a distance from him, his eyes revealing undisguised affection. He smiled softly and said, "Come closer, there's no harm." The young rider narrowed his naturally charming eyes and looked at the battlefield in the south. He slowly said, "Horses galloping from the north are full of arrogance, singing from the south is full of death. The first half is appropriate, but the second half is not." The Beimeng crown prince, who was not familiar with poetry and disdained to pretend to be cultured, couldn't help but ask curiously, "What do you mean? Is there an allusion to it?" The personal retainer with the title of bodyguard Shui rolled his eyes boldly and said angrily, "Even if we conquer the Central Plains in the future, with your little knowledge, how are you going to deal with the refugees of Liyang in the future?" Yelu Hongkai laughed loudly and suddenly lowered his voice. "Don't I have you?" The young cavalryman curled his lips and looked at the eye-catching bright purple dress in the distance. He clicked his tongue and said, "A woman should be content with her life." Yelu Hongkai followed his retinue's line of sight and saw Xianyuan Qingfeng fighting Deng Mao with the broken spear. He said disapprovingly, "So what if he's good at martial arts?" Including Su Fengnian, there are a total of 18 martial arts masters outside the northern city. They won't be able to escape death even if they fight against our grassland cavalry. The best ending for this alliance chief of the Great Snow Plateau was to die under Deng Mao's broken spear, or die in the charge of the cavalry. Otherwise, surviving on the battlefield would only be worse than death. With her status and appearance, once she becomes a prisoner and her cultivation is destroyed, I'm afraid that even some old tycoons in the western capital will buy her for thousands of taels of gold, not to mention the Duke of Norland. The young cavalryman's face darkened as he lamented, "If that day really comes, Xianyuan Qingfeng would already be dead the moment he lost his martial arts. It's like the generals and ministers in the imperial court. As long as they lose their official status, it's the same as having their backbone pulled out." Yelu Hongkai didn't believe that Xianyuan Qingfeng could be a threat to him at all. He said calmly, "The beauties of the world are like the weeds on our grassland. There are more every year. Although Xianyuan Qingfeng's beauty is indeed rare, we can still find many peerless beauties in the grassland and the Central Plains in the future if we search hard. To be honest, the women who made it into the Rouge Review in the past all had prominent identities without exception. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for women of ordinary birth to make it into the rankings. So, in the end, the men who hold power in the world like women's faces, but they like the clothes they wear even more. For example, the young cavalryman glanced sideways at the Beimang crown princess who had met with the two officials at some point and sneered, "For example, her?" Yelu Hongkai said half-jokingly, "Her? She'll probably only make it into the next Rouge Review after she becomes the empress." After a moment of silence, Yelu Hongkai turned and said seriously, "You're different. You're different from her and them." The cavalryman didn't turn to look at Yelu Hongkai after hearing this. He only raised his head slightly and said arrogantly, "Of course. There was once a prophecy that was widely spread in Zhenzhou at the southeastern border of Liang. However, after the dust settled at the Bull Mound, it had long since disappeared. A female brings back a male. The female is capable of toppling cities and the male is capable of toppling countries. Both of them fly into Wutong Palace. The square formation of Beimang's middle infantry was cut in half at the waist by two white and red robes. Luo Yang and Su Ying responded to each other on the left and right. The number of infantrymen that slipped behind them each time was no more than 300. The one-armed forefather eater sword stood behind the two female grandmasters. Within a radius of 200 feet, streaks of sword chi flowed like rainbows. Those who trespassed were killed on the spot as if they were walking into a trap. Not only that, Sui Xiegu's white robe fluttered and his eyebrows fluttered. He stroked his long eyebrows and muttered, "Set up the formation." Of the remaining flying swords that were left behind by the young vassal lord, more than 2,000 undamaged longswords were pulled out of the ground one by one. The long swords soared into the air and connected with each other. They landed in front of Sui Xiegu and stabbed into the ground. More than 1,000 swords formed a row. There were a total of 2 rows. They lined up neatly in front of Forefather Eater's sword. The sword formation formed a step formation. Sui Xiegu closed his eyes and smiled. He muttered to himself, "The cornerstone of the river rises suddenly. The rolling flood, the vast eternal spring." Sui Xiegu suddenly took a deep breath. Another 2,000 broken flying swords landed behind the old man. However, these long swords didn't stab into the ground. Instead, they hovered in the air, forming a sword formation. Finally, Sui Xiegu took another deep breath. Suddenly, the tall and sturdy old man's body emitted a dazzling white light. Sui Xiegu, who had swallowed countless famous swords in the world, scattered the sword chi that he had accumulated for 100 years into the 2 great formations. Every flying sword was imbued with a strand of sharp sword chi. In a split second, it was as if they had gained spirituality. Regardless of whether it was the step formation or the crossbow formation, the 4,000 swords of the 2 great formations trembled and wailed at the same time. The old man muttered softly, "Li Chungang, you broke 2,600 swords at the Guangling River. I, Sui Xiegu, am not willing to lose to you." The old man who had exchanged an arm with Li Chungang of the spring and autumn sword armor passed away with a smile. The 2 sword formations were formed in tandem. 100 years of spirit was exhausted in 3 breaths. Chapter 2011. Beimang's god of war and the young king of vassal state, the 2 enemies who might decide the fate of countless people in Liangmang, intentionally or otherwise, moved the battlefield away from North Resisting City. The former was probably afraid of Su Fengnian's fate of Bailiang that had not been exhausted by the way of heaven. Once he had North Resisting City as his backing, he might be able to suppress Tuoba Bodhisattva's trump card. The latter was more worried that once the 2 entered North Resisting City and fought, it was very likely that the victory of the 18 Grandmasters would be completely nullified by Tuoba Bodhisattva's wanton destruction. When Su Fengnian floated away, he told Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan to be careful, who still needed to confront thousands of cavalry. The current leader of Dongyue Sword Pool signaled the young king of vassal state not to worry about the battle here. Su Fengnian clasped his fist to the two grandmasters of the Central Plains who had disregarded life and death as a sign of gratitude. Chai Qingshan laughed it off. His chest was filled with pride. The space between Chai Qingshan's eyebrows was split open, and his chest was cut by a baimang willow. However, compared to Chai Qingshan, who looked miserable but did not suffer any injuries, Wei Miao of the southern Zhao was the one who was seriously injured, whether in terms of physique or qi. Wei Miao was worthy of being the #1 master of southwest Jianghu. Whether in terms of physique, martial arts attainment, or improvisation, he could be said to be the world's top martial artist. However, the sneak attack by Murong Baoding, nicknamed Half-Faced Buddha, and Li Fengshou, the spiderweb assassin, was too insidious and vicious. Wei Miao took 2 full punches from Murong Baoding, especially the punch on his head, which actually caused his eardrums to burst and blood clots to form in his brain. If it were not for Su Fengnian's attitude of wanting to kill Murong Baoding at the cost of losing the initiative while holding back to Oba Bodhisattva, the restless Baimang did not dare to make a move. This bought Wei Miao a moment of respite, and also allowed Chai Qingshan's momentum to recover slightly. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the two grandmasters to turn the situation around with the 4,000 Winter Thunder cavalry from Orange Province and Murong Baoding, who was eyeing them covetously. In fact, if Murong Baoding had the courage to gamble with his own life and decisively chose to attack Wei Miao to win the initiative for Oba Bodhisattva, perhaps the young king would have fallen into a difficult situation under North resisting city. It might even have been possible to end the Second Great War of Liang Mang ahead of time. However, Oba Bodhisattva did not bother to take the initiative to ask for help from this Great War of Liang Mang. Secondly, Murong Baoding, who was ambitious and wanted to be in the Central Plains, finally obtained a great victory that shook the world outside Liangzhou Pass. He defeated Lu Deyuan's left cavalry, and his great military achievement was enough to compare to the First Great War of Liang Mang when the king of the Southern Academy, Dong Zhuo, broke through Hutsu City. How could Murong Baoding be willing to take the risk for others? Lastly, in the ambush on the Longyan Plains, the king of New Liang killed Hong Jingyan right under Oba Bodhisattva's nose. This made Murong Baoding have to think carefully. Murong Baoding was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked at the two martial masters of the Central Plains, Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan, and said in a clumsy Central Plains official's accent, "There is Lu Deyuan on the battlefield, and there is Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan in the Jianghu. God has treated me, Murong Baoding, badly for more than 40 years, and finally treated me well for once. There is a saying in the Central Plains that goes, 'Mountains and rivers repeat, but there is no way out.' Very wonderful, it really sets the scene." After Oba Bodhisattva and the young vassal left the place, Murong Baoding, who was wearing silver armor, suddenly had an imposing manner. In the Baimang Jianghu, this member of the royal family, who was originally only known for his rough skin and thick flesh, was ranked very low even if he was on the list of previous martial arts evaluations. This was because Murong Baoding was known to be good at defense and not good at offense. Compared to Zhong Liang, who had directly entered the finger mystery realm from a second-grade master, they could be said to be the two extremes of Baimang's martial arts. However, Murong Baoding had brazenly injured Wei Miao with 2 punches. It was obvious that he had been hiding his strength for so many years. Even when he joined forces with Zhong Liang to ambush Su Fengnian in Qingcang City in the early years, he still deliberately hid his cultivation from beginning to end. When it came to tolerance, Murong Baoding was indeed well versed in it. Wei Miao was silent and slowly inhaled and exhaled. Since this Baimang was willing to talk loudly, Wei Miao naturally would not take the initiative to seek a quick battle. Chai Qingshan held the meter-long sword with a calm expression. The poem from Murong Baoding's mouth was very popular in the Central Plains. However, this half-baked northern Mang prince probably did not know where it came from. It was the poem, Banishing Liangzhou to Die of Old Age, written by the son of the poet family who won first place in the last years of the Great Feng dynasty. Mountains and rivers repeated, willows dark and flowers bright. Just from the words alone, it had always been the most fascinating scenery of Jiangnan. The spring sun was bright and beautiful, the grass was long and the birds were flying. The scenery was pleasant. How could it not make people forget to return? On the other hand, the northwest of the Great Wall was barren, the yellow soil was barren, and the ravines were crisscrossed. The sky was high and the clouds were low. In this part of the world, the two dragons' strength rushed towards one's face and directly hit one's chest. The desolate and cold atmosphere seemed to make the foreigners take a few steps back before they were willing to give up. Chai Qingshan walked to Wei Miao's side and smiled. There is Wei Miao in the fist, there is no fist in the world. You deserve it. Wei Miao grinned slightly but did not make a sound. Su Fengnian had once joked that he had seen countless experts and grandmasters in his life. Among them, the red-robed man-cat Han Xingxian, the #1 swordsman in the capital, Qi Jiajie, and the purple-robed Xianyuan Qingfeng of Mount Hui were the most impressive. Li Chungang, Jian Zhihuang, and Wei Miao were the least like masters. Chai Qingshan continued with a smile. Since the world cannot be without Wei Miao, there are countless young talents in the sword forest of the Central Plains. If one or two old guys die, there will always be a few rising stars to replace them. Just the Dongyue sword pool alone has my two disciples, Shan Yi and Song Tinglu. They are destined to rise in the future. Therefore, Wei Miao, I will fight this battle first. What Chai Qingshan meant was, I will die first. Wei Miao, who urgently needed to recuperate, did not reject the kindness of this sword master. He said in a low voice, I, Wei Miao, will not boast in my life. I can only promise that I will not let Brother Chai leave alone. Chai Qingshan hesitated and sighed, Brother Wei, don't die if you can. You are different from me. There are still people waiting for you in North Rejecting City. Unexpectedly, Wei Miao, who was short and had a white cloth tied around his calves, smiled and clenched his fists. He squinted his eyes and said softly, After she married me, we traveled Jianghu for so many years. Because my appearance is too ordinary and I do not like to be in the limelight, I will not fight if I can avoid trouble. She, who has a lively personality, is so beautiful as a flower. It seems that she has never felt that she married a good family and always laughed at the man she married for not having enough heroic spirit. Therefore, today as her man, I, Wei Miao, will do one thing for her. Wei Miao did not speak anymore. Murong Baoding smiled proudly. Do you two have any last words? In the future, when I, Murong Baoding, enter the Central Plains, I will reminisce about the past with the officials of the Central Plains. It will also be something to talk about. Chai Qingshan held his sword in front of him, shook his head and laughed loudly. A Beimang dog's head is not worth much. It is really an insult to my newly forged sword, Green Water. Murong Baoding's face was gloomy. He clicked his tongue and said, It is said that there are 2 sword schools in the world. Since someone has taken care of the withered sword of the Wu family's sword tomb, let me experience the new sword of the Dongyue sword pool. Chai Qingshan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body swept forward. A bright green rainbow swept across Murong Baoding's chest. A deathbed struggle. You are only half as strong as you were in your heyday. So what if I let you, old dog surnamed Chai, attack me 100 times first? Murong Baoding's lips curled into a mocking smile. He did not dodge but raised his arms in front of his body. The sword edge brushed against Murong Baoding's silver armor and cut through iron like mud. However, after breaking through the armor, it fell on the sleeve of the Orange Province's disciplinary medallion. It was like fine iron hitting each other, producing an unusual sound of metal hitting stone. Murong Baoding furrowed his brows and retreated. He had made up his mind to exhaust Chai Qingshan's qi bit by bit. His body was known as the Great Vajra Realm, which was 1 in a million among pure martial artists. It was said that his indestructible body was not inferior to that of the Dragon Tree monk and Li Dongxin, the master and disciple of the 2 Zen temples. More importantly, the armor he wore was one of the best treasures in Beimang's treasury. It was forged in the early Sweet Dew period and was once a secret treasure of the royal family of Dafeng. It was said that its material was similar to the red armor of one of the 4 grandmasters of the spring and autumn period. With this armor, Murong Baoding originally thought that he could withstand 2 or 3 strikes from the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, who had the greatest killing power. However, he did not expect Chai Qingshan's sword to break through his armor. This made Murong Baoding retract his underestimation of the grandmasters of the Central Plains. In fact, Lu Fengshou, who was proficient in assassination, had made a good start but also a bad one. Li Fengshou almost killed Chai Qingshan with his willow leaf sword. It was not because Chai Qingshan was weak, but because his cooperation with Murong Baoding was flawless. Chai Qingshan's swordsmanship was especially high. It was the best in the southeast of the Central Plains. If there were grandmasters of fist techniques in the world, other than Wei Miao, only the woman from the martial emperor city, Linya, could hold her own. Then the sword forest of the Central Plains was just as Chai Qingshan had said. It was continuous and unbroken. What a magnificent sight it was! It was not that there were no swordsmen other than Dong Tai, and it was not that there were no sword moves other than Li Chuangong's two-sleeves green snake. Since Murong Baoding was arrogant, Chai Qingshan did not spare him. He chopped down with his sword like a waterfall. The sword aura in front of Murong Baoding was overflowing like a waterfall. Chapter 2012. Murong Baoding took a deep breath. Finally, he no longer hoped to rely on his priceless armor and Vajra physique to resist. His fists were as quick as lightning. His fists landed on the waterfall formed by the abundant sword qi, causing loud bangs to ring out. His fists shattered the sword qi, creating a scene of drifting clouds and scattering snow. Chai Qingshan did not mind. He quickly stepped forward and thrust his sword forward. Although the 3-foot-long sword in his hand was aimed at Murong Baoding's forehead, at the same time, no less than 40 sword qi appeared around the green water sword between the two. The sword qi surged forward, but the sword intent was of the same origin. Chai Qingshan had comprehended this sword when he was 30 years old. He had seen a spring in the old Dongyue kingdom. It was the third best spring in the world. The middle path was blocked by a protruding rock, causing the water to stagnate. Hundreds of thin streams of water flowed into the spring. Chai Qingshan had once told 2 of his proud disciples that he could use 80 swords in one breath to turn Vajra into dust. Unfortunately, this sword master could only produce 40 swords in one breath at this time. Even so, the power of the sword was extremely grand and shocking. Murong Baoding snorted angrily. He actually wanted to retreat. As his burly figure retreated, he stretched out his arm. His 5 fingers were like hooks as he controlled his qi to grab a rider and his horse. He blocked the curtain of sword rain formed by the majestic sword qi. Chai Qingshan's sword pierced the horse's head. With a light shake of his wrist, the pitiful horse and rider were instantly sent flying. Taking advantage of this opening, Murong Baoding was still one of Northern Mang's few martial arts masters after all. He heavily stepped out, stamped his foot, and took half a step back. The aura around his entire body instantly reached its peak. He was certain that Chai Qingshan would definitely continue to charge forward, so he punched out towards the air in front of him. Facing Murong Baoding's overbearing fist aura, Chai Qingshan and his sword did not stagnate. They continued to float forward. The old man tilted his body slightly and allowed the fist aura to explode his left shoulder. His sword was as fast as a rainbow as it accurately pierced Murong Baoding's chest. Injury for injury, death for death. Murong Baoding's qi sank into his dantian. At this moment, he realized that he had no power to fight back and chose to defend with all his might. The qi in his body circulated rapidly, and his face glowed with a dark yellow color. His feet were rooted to the ground, and he was as immovable as a mountain. The sword qi of the 3-feet-long sword pierced through the armor like a hot knife through butter. After the tip of the sword was pressed against Murong Baoding's chest, the long sword bent like a crescent moon. In the end, it was almost a full moon. Chai Qingshan, whose shoulder had been shattered and whose body was covered in blood, laughed loudly. Scram! The tall and sturdy Murong Baoding was sent flying by the sword like a kite with its string cut. Murong Baoding's face turned pale after he landed heavily on the ground. He didn't lower his head to look at the old swordsman. He just stretched out his hand and wiped his face. His palm was scarlet red. Chai Qingshan, who was surrounded by the Beimeng cavalry, had no choice but to draw his sword and kill the horsemen who were swarming towards him. Thus, the line of sight between the two of them was blocked. Murong Baoding took the opportunity to slap the ground with his palm. He stood up again with some lingering fear in his heart. This old fellow was somewhat difficult to deal with. Murong Baoding, who didn't want to meet force with force, kept retreating and said angrily, "Smash him to death." With Chai Qingshan at the center, the northern Mang cavalry began to rapidly charge forward, charging forward. The horsemen at the outermost edge finally had the chance to show off the grassland cavalry's riding and archery skills. The aristocratic generals, who were frightened to death, had already given the order to kill regardless of whether they were friend or foe. Chai Qingshan, who had to stop the cavalry's charge and break through the rain of arrows, swung his sword like a dragon. When he was trapped in a hopeless situation, the old man still tried to break through the cavalry formation and chase after the governor of Orange Province who was avoiding the battle. However, his chi pulled at the wound on his chest, and the blood turned into a strange dark green color. He was only a hair away from rushing out of the encirclement that the Beimang cavalry had built with their lives. Murong Baoding, who had retreated again and again, had already retreated to the front of the Winter Thunder elite cavalry. His face was ferocious as he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the poison on his willow sword, he might have been chased to this place by Chai Qingshan. It didn't mean that he would lose. Murong Baoding still had the confidence to slowly exhaust this old man to death. However, how could Chai Qingshan's life be compared to his own? He paid more attention to Wei Miao. If that guy wanted to abandon Chai Qingshan and retreat to North Resisting City, with Murong Baoding's injury, he was confident that he could stop him. If one looked towards the north from North Resisting City's city walls, or if one looked towards the south from the Winter Thunder elite cavalry on horseback, they would see that the Great Circle the Elder was in had layers upon layers of northern Mang cavalry continuously charging towards the center of the circle. Chai Qingshan stood alone with his sword. There were corpses all around him and piles of bones. Murong Baoding suddenly raised his head. There was a sudden explosion, and then a figure fell from the sky. Murong Baoding could only tilt his head and cross his arms to block above his head. Half of Murong Baoding's body was smashed into the ground by this punch. It turned out that Wei Miao had directly jumped over the heads of the Beimang cavalry and found Murong Baoding. There was no way to retreat. Murong Baoding instinctively protected his head with his arms. Sure enough, Wei Miao pressed down on his head with one hand and sent out a knee strike. Murong Baoding was knocked back and a deep ditch several zhang long was plowed out. Dust flew up. In the yellow sand, Wei Miao's punch was so fast that people could only see a blur. The silver-armored Murong Baoding retreated again and again. Wei Miao's punch rose up and landed hard. The force was like a broken bow, and it was like a thunderclap. He forcefully opened Murong Baoding's door and burst out again and again. Finally, Wei Miao's punch was like holding a baby. The name of the move did not sound fierce, but in fact, it was the fiercest. The older generation of Jianghu fist masters had already concluded that after practicing this move for tens of thousands of times, the foundation could be seen and the strength could reach the hair. Wei Miao was obsessed with fist practice. He never slacked off because of his outstanding talent. Since he learned this move when he was young, he practiced it diligently every day. When he entered the mountains, he destroyed huge trees. When he entered the water, he hammered the rivers. Perhaps he had already punched 1,000,000 times. His punch was like smashing a big bell, causing a loud bang. After Murong Baoding was flicked out by Chai Qingshan's sword, he had the advantage of time, place, and people. Once again, he was sent flying by Wei Miao's punch. Dozens of Winter Thunder elite cavalrymen who could not dodge in time were killed on the spot. This Southern Zhao Martial Dao Grandmaster, who should have displayed extraordinary brilliance in the Central Plains Jianghu, on the battlefield outside Northern Barricade City, under the gaze of several thousand Northern Mang cavalry, beat Murong Baoding until he was in an extremely sorry state, his aura swaying. He had beaten Murong Baoding's armor until it was full of holes and almost completely destroyed. Murong Baoding, who was on the verge of collapsing, roared, "Again!" Wei Miao followed him like a shadow. He stretched out his left arm and circled it to Murong Baoding's ear. He placed his palm on Murong Baoding's temple and patted it casually. Murong Baoding, who was much taller than Wei Miao, was lifted off the ground. Wei Miao's right fist smashed into Murong Baoding's abdomen like a thunderclap. Murong Baoding's body, who was originally flying backward, was pulled back by Wei Miao's left hand and punched his abdomen again. It was a comical and tragic scene. Murong Baoding's body, which was hanging sideways in the air, did not fall to the ground. Wei Miao walked forward step by step and punched his abdomen repeatedly. Wei Miao's last punch, which was also the last punch of his life, landed heavily on Murong Baoding's abdomen. Murong Baoding finally fell to the ground. He was thrown 70 to 80 feet away, bleeding from his 7 orifices. The so-called invincible body, even with the protection of the armor, was still a big joke. Wei Miao stood proudly in the same place and gently turned his head to look back. He looked at the cavalry circle but could not see Chai Qingshan, who had fought side by side until now. He raised his gaze slightly and looked at North Jiebei City. It was destined that he could not see that graceful figure. Wei Miao's vision was gradually blurred by the blood that flowed out of his eyes. After Murong Baoding fell to the ground, he tried to get up but it was futile. He kept vomiting blood. He knew that Wei Miao was only a few punches away from taking his life. If both sides fought fair and square, Murong Baoding would not be able to contend against Wei Miao. At this moment, Murong Baoding no longer had the slightest thought about dominating the Jianghu of the Central Plains. Murong Baoding got up 3 times in a row but gave up halfway. He could only lie on the ground dejectedly. His face was pale and colorless. He had completely lost the ability to fight. This Bei Mang, whose heart was higher than the sky, held the edict with a bitter expression. He cursed softly, F***ck the Jianghu of the Central Plains. Not far away, Wei Miao stood silently in the same place. Nanzhao Grandmaster Wei Miao, all the tendons and veins in his body were broken, but he did not fall down. Since the world fist has Wei Miao, how can I, Wei Miao, be afraid of death and withdraw my fists? There is no such reason. She was watching. Before Wei Miao died heroically in battle, the Bei Mang cavalry circle was strangely still. That old man had killed them until they were terrified. Moreover, the corpses of the cavalry and the war horses had formed a natural barrier, which was not conducive for the cavalry to gallop and kill. The old swordsman, who had been hit by several arrows, spat out a mouthful of black blood. He knelt on one knee, using the long sword in his hand to support his body from falling. Chai Qingshan did not want to die kneeling on the ground, but he also did not want to fall down and die. In the end, he sat cross-legged with the sword across his knees. Since the sword was named Green Water, the sword blade was naturally green, just like the spring scenery in Jiangnan of the Central Plains. The ripples of the sword light under the sunlight were just like the ripples of the Dongyue sword pool in the spring breeze. Chai Qingshan used his sleeve to gently wipe off the black blood on the sword blade. Before the old man died, he smiled with a trembling voice. My Dongyue sword pool has been established for 500 years. With a sword in hand, I looked at the Jianghu. The mountains are high, the water is deep, and the sword aura is long. I, Chai Qingshan, have never let the 3-foot sword be humiliated. After Cheng Baishuang and Sui Shigu, the 2 grandmasters of the Central Plains, Chai Qingshan died in battle. Wei Miao followed him, silently meeting his death. Chapter 2013. The martial emperor city's Ugrum wielded the famed sword Fuji and charged directly at the 1,000 family elite cavalry. His sword fell. This sword was completely different from the previous one, which killed people with a light touch. It was brilliant, and the sword chi was so strong that it blotted out the sky. Wang Xianxia, who was never willing to praise anyone, once joked with the green-robed girl that Ugrum was the only one who stood out among the tens of thousands of martial artists in Donghai. It was obvious that Wang Xianxia had high expectations for Ugrum. More than 40 family elite cavalry were directly smashed by the swift and fierce sword chi. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. One of the armored cavalrymen who should have died under the sword chi suddenly retreated and stepped on the warhorse's head accurately every time. He leaped like a rabbit and swooped down like a falcon on flat ground. In an instant, he pulled a large distance away from the unstoppable Ugrum and finally fell between 2 warhorses that continued to charge forward. He casually raised his arm and snatched a fine iron spear from the Zhong family disciple. With a smile on his face, he looked up at the young swordsman who was rapidly approaching him. The middle-aged man in the armor of an ordinary cavalryman thrust his spear out. The spear was like a giant dragon leaping out of the water, aiming at the Central Plains swordsman's heart. Spear Immortal Wang Xiao, one of the 4 grandmasters of the spring and autumn period, had left the big arm manual that had been handed down for generations. It said, "When the spear pierces a line, it will go straight. On the line, ghosts and gods will retreat." Every time Yu Groom stepped on the warhorse's head, he would break the warhorse's front leg, raising a cloud of dust and completely disrupting the cavalry's formation. In the face of the middle-aged cavalryman's powerful spear, he suddenly lowered his body a little. He lowered his head and bent his waist, barely dodging the incomparably sharp tip of the spear. Then he thrust out his sword, which also went straight. The cavalryman lurking among the Zhong family's private cavalry was Zhong Liang, known as the second person of the Devil Path in Beimeng. In the face of Yu Groom's evasive sword, he was still calm and collected. He pulled out his spear and retreated without hesitation. Zhong Liang didn't choose to confront Wang Xianxi's first disciple head-on. Instead, he adopted a defensive stance, blocking and circling. The circle was less than a chu wide, and his defense was extremely methodical. Thus, even when faced with Yu Groom's consecutive sword attacks, the sword aura alone strangled the riders charging from both sides of Zhong Liang. However, Zhong Liang still retreated calmly, showing the elegant demeanor of a great spear master. Although Yu Groom's swordsmanship was profound and vaguely had the charm of a land sword immortal, and could be said to be aggressive, once an opponent of Zhong Liang's level chose to retreat shamelessly, it would be difficult for Yu Groom to seize the opportunity and succeed. Moreover, Zhong Liang was originally recognized as a master of various schools in Beimeng, and finally achieved a killing power that did not lose to the celestial state with the Finger Mystery Realm. But in the end, Zhong Liang, who did not have the Vajra physique, did not continue to blindly pursue killing power to reach the celestial state. Instead, he opened up a new path in spear arts, only taking the defensive position and not the offensive, striving to keep the enemy away from the tip of the spear. It should be known that besides being a prominent family of generals in Beimeng, the Zhong family was also the only family of spear arts in the world. The Zhong family's disciples were brave and valiant. Regardless of gender or age, they were all skilled in spear arts, especially the big spear. Young children had to practice spear arts with a white wax pole in hand. After the initial success in spear arts, they had to reach the level of not letting water in. That was, the family's 10 riders would run in a circle at a distance of 30 paces, and the person holding the spear would have to deflect all the arrows that were shot at him. After that, in the heavy rain, brandishing the long spear so that his clothes were not wet in the slightest. Only then could he be considered to have reached the level of great success in spear arts. Therefore, the long spear iron cavalry under the command of Beimeng's General Zhong Shentong, whether it was Dong Zhuo's private cavalry, Murong Baoding's Winter Thunder elite cavalry, or the inferior Ruren iron cavalry, they were all inferior to the long spear iron cavalry. It was a pity that the Zhong family had only cultivated less than 2,000 iron cavalry in 20 years. Limited by their numbers, they were unable to have an absolute advantage on the battlefield. After the Beimeng Empress saw the Zhong family's iron cavalry practice with her own eyes, she sighed. The Zhong family's children are really like the grassland's eagles flying across the plains with iron spears in their hands. The Zhong family's second master, Zhong Liang, who had always been famous for deviating from orthodoxy and rebelling against orthodoxy in the grassland, chose spear arts as his martial arts, returned to the roots, to make up for his shortcomings in martial arts. This was unexpected but also reasonable. Groom Yu looked deeply at Zhong Liang, who was retreating again and again, and suddenly put away his Fuji. Zhong Liang then stopped and laughed. "You finally remember to go back to help Lu Huang? Don't worry. First ask if the iron spear in my hand agrees or not." Zhong Liang held the spear in one hand, and his chi was firmly locked onto Groom Yu. For the first time, he really had the intention to fight. Then, he raised his arm and made a gesture. The 2 wings of the Zhong family's cavalry that were constantly rushing forward suddenly broke in half. The elite cavalry that stopped moving forward lined up behind Zhong Liang. At the same time, the Beimang cavalry that was originally at the rear turned over and fell off their horses. No less than 300 people rushed forward from the gap between the cavalry formation. There were the Spiderweb's elite men of sacrifice, Beimang's Jianghu masters, and even the Zhong family's consecrated guests who had been raised by the Zhong family for many years. Without exception, all of them, including Zhong Liang, stared at Grumyu, who was holding the long sword and Fuji. The 300 people quickly formed a huge encirclement and desperately surrounded Grumyu, who had a cold blade at his waist and a long sword in his hand. Zhong Liang held his spear and stood in the same place. He saw more than 30 people taking the lead to surround and kill the sword genius from Liang's eastern sea. He smiled confidently. Grumyu, bullying with numbers is something we have no choice but to do. Although my Zhong family's men are not afraid to fight to the death, this is only on the battlefield. After all, we are not in Jianghu. I hope you can forgive us. This battlefield was exactly the same as the one where Murong Baoding and Li Fengshuo were overseeing. How similar! Unexpectedly, Grumyu held the Fuji upside down, using only 2 fingers of his left hand as a sword. His lips moved slightly. The sword energy in Grumyu's left sleeve was abundant and overflowing. The 30 experts who were prepared to die were killed on the spot by the sword chi that rose from the ground without any warning, regardless of whether they were running wildly or leaping high into the air. Not only that, with Grumyu as the center, the sword energy suddenly rose from the ground, spectacular like a big spring gushing out. This strange phenomenon was really like thunder rising from the ground. 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, all of them were vast and mighty sword energy that rose into the sky. After the 30 Beimang experts that Grumyu purposely targeted died, there were 60-odd people who couldn't dodge in time or just happened to bump into the sword energy, dying with their eyes wide open. Apart from most of the Beimang people who were lucky enough to dodge the sword energy, in truth, the number of experts who could take the sword energy head-on could be counted on 2 hands. Zhong Liang was naturally the most relaxed. He just raised his spear and landed heavily, smashing the sword energy that rose from the ground beside him. Zhong Liang wasn't in a rush at all. The one who should be anxious was Grumyu. Lu Huang, who was at the end of his rope, faced the continuous charge of 3,000 cavalry. Apart from death, what else could he do? When the cavalry of the Zhong family entered the battlefield, Lu Huang would probably go and meet his master who made Jianghu bow to him for 60 years. Zhong Liang only needed to delay Grumyu at the crucial moment. If he could capture Grumyu alive, that would be the best. He didn't believe that his nephew, Zhong Tan, who was responsible for the prosperity of the family, had died at Miyun Mountain Pass. He was most likely imprisoned by Bailiang, most likely in Beiju City. Not only did Zhong Liang have high hopes for Zhong Tan, who had a similar temperament, but the entire Zhong family needed Zhong Tan alive. Otherwise, the Zhong family's 20 years of hard work and planning would all be for naught. Even if he and his brother Zhong Shentong achieved great military exploits in the future, without an heir, what benefit would it bring? Zhong Liang hoped that it would be used by Grumyu or someone else in exchange for Zhong Tan's chance to return to the family. Zhong Liang, who was in a complicated mood, suddenly looked around for no reason, as if he was looking for something. He was very curious. As a top guru with outstanding attainments in Xianfinger, he could feel a huge and suffocating invisible momentum, but he couldn't catch any clues. He only knew that Tuoba Bodhisattva had dragged the young king into a real dangerous battlefield. Ordinary people couldn't touch it at all, and even Zhong Liang couldn't see it. After this battle, the casualties of Bailiang's siege infantry would be beyond imagination, and it might even affect the future southern expedition to the Central Plains. Because of those 18 people, the Southern Dynasty's infantry that had been accumulated for 20 years would be long gone before they could break through Beiju City. At that time, the grassland cavalry would have to dismount and fight, and the casualties would only increase. Liang Mang and Bailiang knew that whether Beiju City could be defended or not depended on the number of the Southern Dynasty's infantry. This was also the reason why the 18 people didn't retreat. It was also the reason why Bailiang quickly sent out so many elite cavalry, and the cobweb men of sacrifice and Jianghu masters didn't hesitate to go all out. Killing one more Southern Dynasty infantry that was familiar with siege warfare would increase the chances of Beiliang's Beiju city. Zhong Liang, who was tenacious and indomitable, was at a loss for the first time. Why did this battle have to be so bleak? Shouldn't the millions of grassland cavalry have targeted Beiliang from the beginning? In the hinterland of Beimang, the broken spear in Deng Mao's hand was less than 2 feet long. At this time, it became more and more like a broken spear, with only a foot-long spearhead left. However, one of Xianyuan Qingfeng's sleeves was also shredded, and a ghastly wound appeared on her fair, jade-like arm. Blood flowed out incessantly. Deng Mao didn't let the purple-clothed man get within 50 steps of the crown prince of Beimang, but his palm was bloody and couldn't be said to have the upper hand. Chapter 2014. However, Beimang Shiha Province's preceptor Helian Wei, Aquarius Province's preceptor Wang Yong, and the crown princess had all come to Yelu Hongcai's side as if they were facing a great enemy. They wanted to make sure that the crown prince wouldn't be killed by that crazy woman in broad daylight. Regardless of what attitude the emperor held toward the life and death of his son, if the commander-in-chief died under the protection of the army, in the end, it was an unprecedented and shocking comical matter. 2 armies facing off against each other and having the head of a general taken away by the enemy of 10,000 men was a ridiculous ending that would only appear in the streets and alleys of romance novels. Although Helian Wei wasn't famous in the grasslands as a martial arts grandmaster and was only known for his strict management of the army, and Wang Yong had never killed an enemy in Jianghu or on the battlefield. However, judging from the fact that these 2 riders were flanking the crown prince of Beimang, their strength must be extraordinary. After all, the crown princess of the chess and sword music school was rumored to be second only to Hong Jingyan, Huang Baozhuang, the Copper Man grandmaster, and several masters whose sword chi was close to Huang Qing. At this moment, she was still standing on the right side of Wang Yong. Even in the face of such a lineup, Xianyuan Qingfeng still had no intention of retreating. Unreasonable. Wang Yong, the preceptor of Aquarius Province, shook his head lightly. This woman didn't know how to judge the situation. Not only did he steal the limelight for the young king, but he didn't expect this woman to really think he was a pushover. Yelu Hongcai made up his mind to use her to rope in a group of grassland bigwigs with unique hobbies. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Deng Mao, remember to keep her alive." Xianyuan Qingfeng coldly glanced at the crown prince of Beimang who was sure to win, a mocking smile on his lips. Logically speaking, the crown prince was more precious than his royal highness. However, no matter if it was Liang or Beimang, they were all trash. Deng Mao said in a low voice, "Xianyuan Qingfeng, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself." Broken Spear Deng Mao didn't deliberately lower his voice. Yelu Hongcai was immediately enraged after hearing this, but due to his forbearing and gloomy nature, he didn't say anything. However, in this crown prince's heart, Deng Mao and his benefactor, Yelu Dongchuang, must die. Xianyuan Qingfeng laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After he stopped laughing, he asked, "Xianyuan Qingfeng, do I need others' pity?" At this moment, although Xianyuan Qingfeng's expression appeared to be calm, the splendor that blossomed from her beautiful eyes left a deep impression on others. Bigotry, madness, and ruthlessness. No matter when or time and place, these grandmasters of martial arts evaluation masters, or even Wang Ansli Chungang and Wang Xianji would never have such an extreme demeanor and SSS, or Lis Wang and Wang Xianji, Wang and Wang, who had. These in no matter where and the no. To them. This is Yang's lady was female woman was. White dress Luo Yang, martial emperor cities Linya, and Wu family's sword tombs Jade Flower would never be so cold and extreme. Xianyuan Qingfeng slowly raised her injured arm, allowing the blood to drip from between her fingers onto the yellow sand. Her eyes turned red. "Deng Mao, do you really think you're that bastard with the surname Su?" Strands of scarlet aura that reeked of blood appeared on her arm. It was so thick that it was almost tangible, and it formed a sharp contrast with her smooth and translucent snow-white arm. The aura that flowed out lingered around her arm like numerous small scarlet snakes that were sticking out their tips. If one were to talk about the most unreasonable heavenly phenomenon killing heavenly phenomenon in the world, it would be Catman Han Xianxia. At this moment, the strange phenomenon of Xianyuan Qingfeng's arm coiling around the red snake was exactly the same as the famous technique of the Liang chief eunuch in the past. Not only that, compared to Han Xianxia, Xianyuan Qingfeng was even more ruthless. She went one step further and didn't hesitate to use her blood to nourish this thing. This kind of crazy behavior that no one had ever done before was no different from raising a flood dragon in one's body. Using the acupoints in one's body as a cage, first turning the snake into a flood dragon, and then using the meridians as the river water, she achieved the ultimate goal of a great flood dragon transforming into a dragon. Compared to the other Beimang people who didn't know the inside story and didn't know the severity of the situation, Deng Mao, who had experienced the Jianghu of the Central Plains, could clearly see the inside story. He couldn't help but sigh. What a lunatic! Deng Mao lowered his head and looked at the broken spear in his hand. He sighed with a strange expression, a little regretful and a little helpless. When he raised his head again, his eyes were resolute as he said in a deep voice, "You didn't have enough momentum to kill all the way here. You still dare to stubbornly persist in going all out and seek death. Then don't blame me for not caring that you'll become the plaything of the grassland nobles in the future." Xianyuan Qingfeng closed his eyes, his aura unusually restrained to the extreme. It was like a snowball that was constantly being clenched and compacted during a snowstorm. Deng Mao also returned to his original state, his vigorous aura disappearing without a trace. Obviously, the two of them were going to choose to fight to the death in one move. Behind Deng Mao, the corners of Wang Yong's mouth curled up. Seeing that Xianyuan Qingfeng was actually so conceited as to think that he could kill Deng Mao in one move, this Aquarius Prefecture's disciplinary magistrate was completely relieved. This Liang Jianghu female alliance chief really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a pity for that profound fortune. Could it be that she forgot what Luo Yang reminded the king of Bailiang? Wang Yong and Deng Mao couldn't be considered close friends, but they had once exchanged pointers. Of course, Wang Yong was definitely not Deng Mao's opponent. However, Wang Yong had always been secretly communicating with that branch of the Yelu clan, so he understood Deng Mao very well. This unconventional grandmaster of Beimang, in terms of battle prowess, was perhaps inferior to Hong Jingyan, inferior to white dress Luo Yang. His defense might even be inferior to Murong Baoding's, and his lethality was inferior to Demon Zhong Liang's. It was as if he had a cultivation of celestial phenomenon, but he didn't have any outstanding points. It was really hard for ordinary people to imagine why when Hong Jingyan entered the martial ranking for the first time, there was a strange comment of, ashamed to be behind Murong Baoding, ashamed to be ahead of Deng Mao. However, Wang Yong was well aware that Deng Mao had nurtured his qi with that broken spear for 20 years. When he abandoned the spear, he was able to kill an earth immortal with a cultivation of celestial phenomenon. And Xianyuan Qingfeng was only a fine line away from becoming an earth immortal. Deng Mao killing her was just right. As expected. On the battlefield, after the magnificent scene of wind, clouds, and thunder, the two of them stopped confronting each other. Deng Mao's broken spear had pierced Mount Huishanzi's abdomen. Although it didn't come out of her body, it was clearly a fatal wound. Deng Mao allowed Xianyuan Qingfeng's fingers to press on his forehead. Her fingertips had also pierced deeply into Deng Mao's scalp. Deng Mao's hands hung by his side. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He smiled with difficulty as if asking the two words, "What's the matter?" Xianyuan Qingfeng forcefully swallowed the blood in her throat and asked, "What's the matter?" Deng Mao was already powerless to speak, but Mount Huishanzi could still speak. It was obvious who was superior. However, on this battlefield, there was only a single figure in purple clothes. She was only 80 steps away from the Beimang banner. Victory and defeat had been decided, but it wasn't necessarily a matter of life and death. Helian Wuwei didn't make any moves. However, two riders beside the Beimang crown prince had already charged forward. One of them was Wang Yong, the abbot of Aquarius State, who held an iron spear. The other was the Beimang crown prince consort, who had drawn a long sword and was known as Han Gu. Both of them wanted to quickly kill Xianyuan Qingfeng to prevent future trouble. It was obvious that neither of them took Yelu Hongcai's decree seriously. In fact, after seeing this scene, the Beimang crown prince no longer had any thoughts of sparing Mount Huishanzi's life. This Central Plains woman was too terrifying. Xianyuan Qingfeng withdrew her fingers, and Deng Mao fell to the ground at her feet. Just like the countless men of the Central Plains, they all fell to her feet. She closed her eyes and listened to the rapid, drum-like sound of horse hooves. The wind blew, and her sleeves fluttered. She was still as graceful as an immortal. At that moment, Xianyuan Qingfeng recalled a certain someone holding up an oil paper umbrella in the heavy rain at the Great Ox Hill. He recalled how they looked at the snowmen piled up in the courtyard together at the Demoyai post station in the capital. A certain someone spoke with an inexplicable sadness about their dreams. She slowly fell backwards. She was a bit tired. Something strange happened. In a certain inconspicuous battlefield in the heart of the Northern Mang army, a petite and exquisite figure had actually emerged from the ground mysteriously. She arched her back and sprinted as fast as lightning, practically passing through the bellies of the Northern Mang warhorses. In a short few blinks of an eye, she arrived at Xianyuan Qingfeng's side of the battlefield, and then disappeared in a flash. Sensing a strong sense of danger, the Beimang crown princess abruptly stopped her horse. She widened her eyes. She was already behind the Aquarius Prefecture's provincial governor, so she was in disbelief. In her line of sight, Wang Yong was still charging forward with his spear in hand. He was unstoppable. However, a young girl had unknowingly squatted on the back of his horse. This prefecture's provincial governor, who had great authority, had his chest pierced by a karate chop. After the young female assassin pulled out her karate chop, she glanced back at the Beimang crown princess, who was shivering all over. She seemed to chuckle before she disappeared again. In the next moment, she happened to carry Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had fallen to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, the crown princess no longer cared about breaking the rules of etiquette. She angrily shouted at the surrounding cavalry with a ferocious expression, "Stop the assassin!" No one knew why this young girl appeared on the battlefield. Even the young vassal king of Bailiang did not know. Su Fengnian only knew that she had promised him that she would not go to the battlefield outside Beimang City. She also promised him that if the battle did not go well, she would take the young cat out of the city and go to the western Shu where the sea of bamboo billowed. No one knew how she was able to hide underground for so long, and how she was able to hide not far away from the Beimang army without making any mistakes. Previously, in Beimang City, everyone only knew that there was an extremely interesting and strange young girl who liked to hang outside the young prince's study or sit on the eaves in a daze. The new Prince Liang also never restrained her. Even when they were discussing matters in the meeting hall, the young girl would also sit on the roof beam, seemingly bored. On the roof. Therefore, she knew the general arrangement of the Beimang army. She silently memorized it in her heart before silently disappearing into Beimang City, her whereabouts unknown. Her name was Jia Jia Jia. Su Fengnian liked to call her Miss Hehe. She had killed Wang Mingyin and Lu Haosher. Chapter 2015. She had even stopped Wang Xianji all the way to Bailiang's border. Again and again, she was unwilling to back down. Today, she had killed another Beimang official. Xianyuan Qingfeng, who felt the warmth of that delicate back, whispered, "Don't worry about me." The girl, who was running all the way to the north barricade, pulled a long face and said softly, "Don't die. If you die, he will be very lonely. He said that you are the most like him among all the men and women in the world." Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was still bleeding from his abdomen, couldn't help but laugh. He tried to open his eyes and looked at the sky, murmuring, "Is that so?" In a situation where Northern Mang's top-notch experts were all hurrying to the battlefield, especially in a situation where she wasn't being deliberately targeted and was being chased down and besieged, with this young lady's nimble figure that moved like a crafty rabbit, even if she had to pass through half of Northern Mang's army, as long as she didn't continue fighting, it was still extremely possible for her to safely return to Northern Mang. In the city. But when she had to carry Xianyuan Qingfeng out of the battlefield and dodge countless arrows along the way, especially the girl on her back, she was in danger. Therefore, even if Luo Yang and Su Ying were in the middle of the army to support them, the girl still staggered and almost fell. Then she continued running. It turned out that an arrow had directly pierced her calf. Blood soaked it. The girl didn't feel it at all. In the end, she carefully placed Xianyuan Qingfeng at the foot of the north barricade wall. Then she returned to the Beimeng army and carried Suaxia Valley and Cheng Baishuang back. Under the escort of the blind female zither player Shuesongguan, she carried back Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan. She carried back 4 corpses. In the chaos, she carried back the 2 corpses that Mao Shulang had risked his life to protect. Ji Lu, and of Nanjiang, and Yu Xingrui of Wudong Mountain. These 2 grandmasters died back to back. When the girl left, Mao Shulang, who was covered in blood and had lost an arm, laughed and said, "Little girl, you don't have to care about this old man's corpse anymore." The last corpse was the swordsman of Martial Emperor City, Lu Huang. Not a single person was left alive within 100 feet of the bridegroom. The first disciple of the Martial Emperor City sat cross-legged on the tragic battlefield and helped his junior brother who was lying in a pool of blood retrieve the famous sword, Shu Dao. Lu Huang, who was hit in the chest by Beimeng, hugged the long sword. Before he died, he laughed and said, "I don't kill as many people as you do. I still can't make you call me senior brother." Yu Groom, who had been shot by Zhong Liang and his arm had been slashed several times by Beimeng's men of sacrifice, forced a smile, lowered his head and shouted, "Senior brother." When Lu Huang died, he seemed to have heard the title and nodded gently. When the limping young girl came to his side, Groom Yu raised his head with tears in his eyes and said softly, "Sorry to trouble you." The girl shook her head. After the groom left the ancient sword of Shu Dao hanging on his waist, she carried the corpse back to the North Jiebei city. To the right of her and the groom, Su Yanbing was forcefully dragging Wu Luding and sword attendant Cui Hua out of the battlefield and throwing them towards the city walls of North Jiebei city. Then, Su Yanbing finally turned around and walked towards the iron spear inserted into the ground. With his back to the girl, Groom Yu pulled out the Shu Dao sword that had just been sheathed. At this time, he was holding the sword with both hands. He looked into the distance. Zhong Liang, whose hand had been cut off, was desperately rescued by his family's men of sacrifice. He was escaping towards the center of Beimeng's army. Groom Yu, with 2 swords, slowly moved forward. In the center of Beimeng's front line, Luo Yang, whose white clothes had long been dyed scarlet by blood, finally stood there alone after persuading Su Ying to return to North Jiebei city. One-armed Mao Shulang, who had been leading the charge, also died after killing 700 people in a spurt of energy. He died without an intact corpse. He died without a burial place. Under the city walls, the corpses that Jia Jia carried away from the battlefield were placed into hanging baskets and returned to North Jiebei city. Outside North Jiebei city, there were 18 grandmasters. Cheng Baishuang, Sui Shigu, Wei Miao, Chai Qingshan, Yu Xingrui, Ji Lu, Lu Huang, Mao Shulang. All 8 of them were dead. The 10,000 infantrymen of Beimeng's 3 divisions had long been wiped out. The 10,000 cavalry on the 2 wings had suffered heavy casualties. More than 2,000 of the cobweb men of sacrifice and various Jianghu experts had died in battle. The 1,000-man elite cavalry that had intercepted and killed the grandmasters of the Central Plains added up together with the elite infantrymen of the grassland, the total number of casualties had reached 10,000. More than 2,000 catapults and the large crossbow formation had become mere decorations. Xianyuan Qingfeng sat on the ground with her back against the city wall. She had already pulled out the broken spearhead and pressed her hand against the wound with a cold expression. Wu Luding, whose internal organs had been injured, covered his mouth with all his might. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. He couldn't help but cry. In order to save him, swordswoman Tuhua had been slashed in the face by a saber. However, when she looked at him now, her expression was still as gentle as ever. Shuesongguan, whose face was as pale as snow, hugged his guqin. His fingers were a mess of flesh and blood, and the strings of his guqin were all broken. There was no trace of qi left in his body. Su Ying, who was wearing a red robe, had a deep cut on his back. He crouched down and gently helped He bandage her wound. The stubborn girl raised her arm, bit her lip, and wiped her tears with all her might. She couldn't see him, because she knew that the battle between the two that no one could see was an even more tragic one. Outside North Jiebei City, Groom Yu continued forward. Su Yanbing and Luo Yang continued to block the advance of the two large infantry formations of Beimeng. In an instant, the clouds in the sky above North Jiebei City, or more accurately, the entire northwestern border, disappeared at the same time. Chapter 2016. As long as everyone raised their heads, they could see a vast and boundless ripple above their heads, surging and spreading in all directions. The Northern Liang Border Army inside North Barricade City and the Northern Mang Great Army outside North Barricade City were like fish swimming at the bottom of a lake, all of them raising their heads to look at the layer of ripples on the mirror-like surface of the lake. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. Then, it was as if two huge rocks had smashed into the surface of the lake, breaking through the surface and falling straight to the bottom of the lake. Two figures landed on the ground at the same time. The earth shook. That brilliant golden color landed in the Beimeng army. The white figure landed in front of the city gate of Bailiang City. The two figures that had just descended from the sky collided almost at the same time. One person went from north to south. One person went from south to north. The illusory battle of providence was in the Fangzhang world in the sky. The Beimeng army god had the upper hand. The young king's providence had been cut off by the remaining heavenly Tao contained in Li Fengshou. But in the end, Su Fengnian still brazenly broke through that world and returned to the human world. Then, the next battle would be an unrestrained battle in the human world. When the two streaks of light collided in the middle of the Northern Mang army's abdomen, the momentum was so great that several hundred cavalry in the vicinity were instantly sent flying. Before the men and horses even landed on the ground, they had already died. The burly golden figure slid back a few thousand feet. The white rainbow crashed into the city wall of Bailiang City. His elbows were pressed against the wall, and he did not allow his back to hit the city wall. Both sides did not take a breath. Instead, they collided violently in the previous straight line at a speed faster than when they retreated. The location of the collision this time was a bit closer to the south, which was why there were several hundred Northern Mang cavalry soldiers who were caught in the crossfire, their men and horses sent flying. The Beimeng army completely stopped advancing south. They did not dare to. Even though close to half of the 18 grandmasters outside Northern Mang City had died, and the remaining half had completely lost the ability to fight, when the Northern Mang barbarians personally witnessed this horrifying scene that shook their hearts, all of them were stunned. The two rainbows collided again and again at a speed faster than before. By the time the Beimeng army that was unfortunately in that straight line, which penetrated through the north resisting city to the rear of the 400,000-strong army, had finally had time to frantically flee to both sides, more than 20 collisions had already occurred. On this straight line, even if you were a celestial phenomenon expert, as long as you blocked the path of both sides, you would die instantly. It was unknown just how many Northern Mang infantry and cavalry, how many centurions and kiliarchs, how many southern court generals and influential figures died mysteriously just like that. Later on, there was a martial arts grandmaster who sighed from the bottom of his heart. The battle outside Zbiqing is probably only comparable to the battle between Lu Zhu and Lu Zhu. Since there was only one ancestor Lu in this world, a battle between the two of them had not happened in 1,000 years. The next collision was even more shocking. Even the ordinary soldiers could see the chi ripples that surged out with their naked eyes. This time, the golden figure almost directly withdrew from the battlefield. The Beimeng army god paused for a moment, then stepped forward step by step. His roar and footsteps were as loud as thunder. Su Fengnian, I'll break all your meridians and destroy all your acupoints. Tuoba Bodhisattva was obviously enraged. He rushed forward and collided with Su Fengnian, who had moved at the same time. This time, it was Su Fengnian's turn. His entire body was embedded in the north resisting city's walls. Everyone could finally see Tuoba Bodhisattva's burly figure clearly. 18 golden flood dragons as thick as bowls circled around his body rapidly. He sneered loudly, "Let's see how many pounds of blood you have left to boil and convert into qi." Su Fengnian, who was dressed in white, landed at the foot of the city. There was not a speck of dust on his body, and there was indeed no trace of blood. On the drum platform at the top of the north resisting city's walls, the drumming never stopped. Jiang and I, who was beating the drum non-stop, had tears all over her face. She did not dare to look at Su Fengnian. She suddenly shouted, "Bailiang's millions of poor families are wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones. Come, 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 let's see who's the butcher of the Yang realm. Come, 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 let's see who's beating the beauty drum." With his back to the north resisting city and the remaining grandmasters of the Central Plains, the young man who had already torn off the vassal king's robe stood barefoot outside the city. After hearing the voice from the top of the city wall, he said with a hoarse voice, "Don't worry, I won't lose." Su Fengnian raised his head and took a deep breath. He shouted angrily, "Dong Tai." Laughter came from the distant sky. "I'm already outside the divine gate. You can fight to your heart's content." Dong Tai, the peach blossom sword god, had ascended to the sky step by step. He held his sword and arrived outside the divine gate alone. Dong Tai stopped in midair. He held his sword horizontally and asked with a smile, "Let me ask the immortals in the heavens, who dares to come to this mortal world?" After hearing this, Su Fengnian exhaled softly. It was as if he wanted to release all the pent-up anger of the 300,000 Bailiang cavalrymen and 20 years. He smiled and said to himself, "Then I'm really going to be invincible in the mortal world for once." He was dressed in white and had an extremely happy expression on his face. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "For the time being, I don't care about how many wisps of smoke there are in the Central Plains. I don't care about the outcome of the war between the two countries. I don't care about the Liang imperial court scolding. I don't care about the million cavalrymen of Beimeng. I don't care about how many famous stone tablets there are in Mount Qingliang. I, Su Fengnian, will only be Su Fengnian for once." Su Fengnian laughed loudly and said, "Heaven, earth, and mortal world. Wait for me, Su Fengnian, to stretch my body." Sure enough, the young man did a big stretch. A snow-white giant python that seemed both tangible and intangible suddenly appeared behind the young man. It was as huge as a mountain range, occupying the North Jiebei city. Its python head poked out of the towering North Jiebei city and let out an earth-shattering roar toward the grassland in the north. Chapter 2017. The Great Python entrenched itself in the human world. On the battlefield of Beimeng, Tuoba Bodhisattva shouted angrily, "Su Fengnian, how dare you steal the fate of heaven and earth and use it for yourself?" On Mount Qingliang in Liangzhou, Tantai Pingjing stood outside Tide Listening Pavilion and saw a young lady with a pale face walking out of Tide Listening Pavilion. Tantai Pingjing had seen everything in the human world. It seemed that only a few people, including Bai Hu, Face, Qinyu, and Jiang and I, could be compared to this young lady. However, this young lady with a bit of childishness was naturally far from those women with obscure backgrounds and rough experiences. Standing in front of Tantai Pingjing, she was timid and weak, like a little flower that quietly grew and died in a secluded corner. No one saw or appreciated her, but once one met her, regardless of gender, one would feel pity for her. Tantai Pingjing looked around. In her eyes, Mount Qingliang was empty. The people and things were still there. However, the fate that the Su family had accumulated in the northwest of Liang for 20 years was gone. In the world, everyone had fate. It was just a matter of quantity. Only the person with the most fate could gather into fate. The current emperor of Liang, Zhao Zhuan, was naturally one of the outstanding figures. The old Grand Secretary, Zhang Julu, also had fate. Now Chen Wang also had it. The Great Pillar State, Gu Jiantang, had always had it. Back then, the illegitimate son of the late emperor, Zhao Kai, also had it. Among the women in the world, the Empress of Dechu, Jiang and I, who was beating the drums on the city wall of Beimeng City, also had it. Xianyuan Qingfeng of Liang River Lake had it. Bodhisattva of Mount Lantua had it. The young lady in front of Tantai Pingjing had no fate at all. This was definitely a huge anomaly in the eyes of Qi cultivators. Or it could be said that this woman once possessed a great amount of luck. Perhaps she should have been the Empress of Beimang or even the next Empress of the Grassland. But for some reason, her luck was integrated into the luck of the Su family in the end, and then it was taken away by someone in Beiqing City. The Qi refinement grandmaster who was originally rushing south to the South Sea sect was just passing by Liangzhou City. After seeing the strange phenomenon here, he could not help but rush over. Staring at the little girl who was full of confusion, Tantai Pingjing thought for a while and understood. She asked softly, "Are you called Huyan Guanyin?" The young girl nodded. "Big sister, who are you?" Tantai Pingjing smiled and then asked with a frown, "Did Su Fengyan beg you to do this?" She hurriedly shook her head and said, "Young master only knows that I've returned to the Grassland tribe. He doesn't know that I've been staying in Tide Listening Pavilion all this time. It was Grandpa Su who secretly told me those things before he passed away. I'm willing to do anything for you." Tantai Pingjing looked at the determined expression on that beautiful face and sighed secretly. She raised her head and said softly, "Are you willing to do this?" Beiliang's North Rejecting City, West Chu's Divine Phoenix City, Liang's Imperial Astronomer, Western Region's Mount Lantuo, and a portion of the Northern Grasslands Providence contained in this silly girl. Eternal Emblem Auspicious Talisman. He had been in the pugilistic world 3 times, the Central Plains twice, and Beimang once. He had been to the Imperial Court 3 times, Great Peace City twice, and Guangling Path once. Everywhere he had been, he had gained something. The providence he had obtained in the end was more than enough to be the emperor of the Central Plains, let alone the king of a territory. Why are you still unwilling to judge the situation, take a step back, and wait for an opportunity to take action? Tantai Pingjing stretched out her hand and rubbed the little girl's head. "You're as silly as I am. But compared to me back then, you're more courageous." "Very good. The stupidest thing a girl can do is to be angry with the person she loves. Huyan Guanyin, live well in the future. You'll definitely be happy." Huyan Guanyin smiled in a daze and nodded, "Thank you, big sister." Tantai Pingjing smiled knowingly, "Big sister? I'm an old granny." The girl was at a loss. The tall female Qi cultivator had disappeared. Huyan Guanyin, who had finally seen the light of day from Tide Listening Pavilion, sat down on the edge of Tide Listening Pavilion's platform. She raised her small fist and waved it as if she was encouraging someone. "Young master, you must win this fight. The grass grows next year, and the geese go and come back." Su Fengyan took a small step, just an inch or so. Such a small step was simply negligible. But at this moment, the Beimang military god who had clashed with the young king dozens of times actually began to move more than 10 steps in an instant. There was actually an unstoppable edge in the world. On the battlefield, there was probably only the great snow dragon cavalry. On the court, there was only Li Yang Zhangjulu. Now, it was this young man who had abandoned all burdens. Even if he was facing more than 300,000 Beimang soldiers and an immortal Beimang military god who was already a celestial being. Dressed in white, his sleeves swayed in the wind as he swept forward. The snow-white python followed Su Fengyan's white clothes and rushed out of North Jebei City. Tuoba Bodhisattva began to retreat. At the same time, he constantly flashed and disappeared in various places on the battlefield. Although the huge white python rolled on the battlefield, it did not cause any impact to the Beimang army. It leaped high like a white rainbow. The next moment, its huge head, which was as big as a building, suddenly smashed down fiercely. Tuoba Bodhisattva, whose body had stagnated for some reason, fell to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Su Fengyan stepped on the forehead of the man who had fallen to the ground. He leaned forward and looked down at the stabilizing force of Beimang's military and politics. He laughed and said, "Tuoba Bodhisattva, since you want to control both the martial world and the court, I'll let you have it. I can't ask for it." The 18 golden flood dragons entwined around Tuoba Bodhisattva's burly body crazily crashed into the high and mighty white python. Every time the python lowered its head to bite, It could crush or chew a golden flood dragon that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. The dazzling golden lights collapsed extremely quickly. Most of them dissipated between heaven and earth as if they were ownerless objects. Only a few dozen spots of light that ordinary people could not detect merged into the space between the eyebrows of some people on the battlefield outside the city and in North Jebei City. The light flickered unsteadily. Some fell silent, while some still bounced out of the space between the eyebrows and gradually disappeared. How could 18 slender bamboo poles support the force of a mountain peak? After more than 10 times, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly roared. He sucked the remaining 7 flood dragons into his 7 orifices like a big dragon drinking water. However, there was still a 20-foot-long flood dragon that was held in the palm of Su Fengnian. It was like a snake that was held by its 7 inches. It struggled desperately and its head and tail crazily slapped Su Fengnian's body. Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was stepped on the forehead, took the opportunity to slide back 300 feet and escaped from Su Fengnian's control. The latter twisted hard and the flood dragon was broken into 2 parts. The dazzling golden light scattered in all directions. Then, the white python that was entrenched beside the young king opened its mouth and gently swallowed the golden light into its stomach as if it had eaten a full meal. Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had golden blood flowing all over his body, stood in the distance. He was panting. His eyes were gloomy as he carefully watched the young king's movements. Su Fengnian did not take advantage of the victory to chase after him. He just stood there and said sarcastically, "Half of your luck has already been used by others." Tuoba Bodhisattva, do you feel sad? Tuoba Bodhisattva sneered, "How long can you maintain this peak state? 15 minutes? Or 30 minutes? But you will definitely collapse earlier than me." Su Fengnian casually shook his cuffs and said with a smile, "Take a guess?" Tuoba Bodhisattva took a deep breath and spread out his hands. Through his skin, his veins and bones showed a rich golden color that was clearly visible. He gradually recovered his state of mind. He raised his head and said in a deep voice, "You will regret it." Su Fengnian looked back at Jbiqing City and looked back to the south. Those martial arts masters who died in the battle outside Jbiqing City and those generals who died in the battle outside Bailiang Pass are respectable. But those ordinary soldiers who bravely stepped forward in every battle outside Bailiang Pass are the real backbone of Bailiang. In the forest of steels on the back mountain of Mount Qingliang, I'm not trying to win the hearts of the people for the Su clan. I just hope that the common people of northern Liang who can't hear the drums or see the smoke signals will know just who died for them on the battlefield outside the pass. In my life, I have a clear conscience. Why would I regret it? Back then at Mount Wudong, he stood side by side with the first-generation sage Zhang of the Confucian school. The old man sighed, "I once led my students and disciples to travel all over the country. I lived in Shangyin Academy until now. I like to boast that in the past 800 years, I have read the most books and traveled the furthest. But now you, Su Fengnian, have traveled the furthest." Before that, Su Fengnian really didn't think about how far he had traveled in Bailiang, Liang, and Beimeng. If there was a tombstone on Mount Qingliang in the future with the name Su Fengnian engraved on it, he wouldn't be lonely. Left, right, front, and back, they are the heroes of Bailiang. Su Fengnian turned his head and smiled at Tuoba Bodhisattva. "Don't worry. I will definitely beat you up until your parents can't recognize you." Tuoba Bodhisattva's figure flew backward and laughed, "Come and fight." Su Fengnian's hands hung down naturally. In each of his palms, there was a purple heavenly thunder surrounded by electric light. Looking at Tuoba Bodhisattva's retreat, he curled his lips. "Why? Not only do you want to stall for time, but you also want to use Dongzhuo's troops to kill me at Huayang Pass? To be honest, you are worse than Wang Xianji." After Su Fengnian disappeared in a flash, he only left a sentence that lingered on the battlefield, 108,000 miles. The rumbling of thunder continuously resounded in the vast area outside of the northern Meng army's northern borders, continuing without end. At this moment, the north gate of Bailiang City opened wide. Bailiang cavalry rushed out and crashed into Beimeng's infantry formation. The east and west gates opened as well. 5,000 men of sacrifice rushed out from each gate. About an hour later, a burly figure fell into the heart of Beimang's army like a meteorite. He was thrown here from afar. In the big pit, Tuoba Bodhisattva was badly mutilated. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Above the mortal world, outside the gate of heaven, there was a total of 81 immortals, and after walking out of the heavenly gate as immortals, they were all reduced to banished immortals without exception. The Peach Blossom Sword Deity. Chapter 2018. How was his swordsmanship? His swordsmanship was heavenly. Previously he had been forced back 30,000 feet by the 12 immortals, including 4 sword immortals in the sky. However, in the end, only the Peach Blossom Sword God returned with his sword. Dong Tai held the Taiya sword in one hand and raised his other hand to knock on the door. He smiled and asked, "The guest has arrived. What should we do?" Finally, there was no movement from within the glorious gate of heaven. At this time, Groom Yu had already returned to Beimang City with the head of Zhong Liang from Beimang. Su Yanbing asked for a horse from the Bailiang frontier army and left the city with his spear. Sword attendant Zihua left behind the young Wu family sword crown with heavy internal injuries. She wore armor and carried the ancient sword Su of Gojoseon on her back. She opened the path for the right-wing cavalry of Beimang City. Red-robed Su Ying and Lady Hehe rode on the same horse and hid in the left-wing cavalry. The grand battle of North Jebei City's defense had finally begun. Ending Chapter 1. There is no Central Plains. The third year of Xiangfu, the end of autumn. The king's tent army that participated in the annual autumn hunt did not go south to Liangzhou Pass. Instead, they went north and returned to the capital of Baiting. During the autumn hunt, His Majesty did not show up except for one night during a meeting in Painted Ash. Taiping Ling and Yelu Chukai accompanied him all the way. In the night, there were many palaces. In a small room that was far from being luxurious, the candlelight swayed gently. Not only did it not illuminate the room as bright as day, it added a bit of gloominess. This was probably the so-called, "the forest is too quiet." An old woman with a serene expression was lying quietly on her sickbed. She seemed to be reminiscing about the past and her youthful days. Beside the bed, Taiping Ling, who was the teacher of Beimang, sat on a small stool. He lowered his head and stared at the old woman with protruding cheeks. Her white hair was like frost. Li Mibi, who had single-handedly created the Beimang spider web, behaved even more strangely. He just sat on the threshold of the house. At this moment, the Shadow Prime Minister, who had made countless Beimang nobles' hair stand on end, was truly like an old man past his prime, lonely and bitter. "Your Majesty, do you feel uncomfortable?" The Magistrate of Peace spoke calmly, without the slightest hint of nervousness or fear, nor the slightest hint of sorrow. Instead, there was a rare gentleness that was out of place at this time. The old woman didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked softly, "Are you wondering why I don't want to accept the gift from the celestial being and why I don't want to live for another 4 to 5 years? Taiping Ling nodded, then quickly shook his head and said gently, "It doesn't matter." The old lady laughed it off and asked, "Do you think that foolish son of mine, with his heart higher than the sky and his life thinner than paper, will be able to take down the north resisting city with his 400,000 soldiers?" Taiping Ling answered cautiously, "As long as Tuoba Bodhisattva defeats Su Fengnian, the situation is set. Not to mention a dozen or so martial grandmasters of the Central Plains, even 10 more would be useless. Even if Tuoba Bodhisattva loses, we may not lose. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry too much about the war." The old lady gently placed her hands on her abdomen, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. "Worry? I'm not worried about the war outside Liangzhou Pass at all. After handing over the military power to Yelu Hongkai, I put it down. This child has been a wronged crown prince for more than 30 years. Let him be high-spirited for once. The relationship between mother and son, as well as the relationship between monarch and subject, can be considered as not owing each other anything. As for whether the flames of war will burn into Liangzhou Pass or spread to the southern dynasty, I'm a dying person. What do I have to worry about? What do I have to worry about? In my life, I think I'm the best at the word ease. The guilt I feel towards others doesn't last long. I can also let go of the regret I feel towards myself. In this life, the first half of my life was like walking on thin ice, but at least the second half of my life was comfortable and comfortable. It's quite good. Moreover, as a woman who wears the dragon robe and sits on the dragon throne, I'm the first person in all of history. Whether I'm remembered for hundreds of generations or infamy for tens of thousands of years, my name is destined to not be forgotten in the history of each dynasty. What great regrets do I have in this life? Probably none. It was rare for the old lady to be so long-winded, and it was even rarer for her to be so calm. The old man made a sound of acknowledgement. This chess and sword music school's Taiping commandant had angrily left the grasslands back then and went to the central plains of Liang to live in seclusion for 20 years. She had changed her identity more than 10 times, traveling north and south of the Great River. She had seen all kinds of things in the world and studied the mountains and rivers to her heart's content. There were tens of millions of scholars in the world. Perhaps only the great demon Huang Sanjia, who had caused chaos in the spring and autumn period, was more, read 10,000 books and traveled 10,000 li, than this Beimang imperial tutor whose real name had long been forgotten. The old lady took a deep breath and asked, if Zhao Bing and Chen Zhibao work together, will they be able to fight their way north to the outskirts of Tai and city? The old man nodded and said, definitely. If nothing unexpected happens, the two rebellious kings will purposely hold back their troops and wait for the battle between us and the Beiliang frontier army to be over. Otherwise, if they take the capital of Liang too early, they will be worried that we will retreat back to the grasslands. They are even more worried that we will simply abandon the territory of the southern dynasty and decisively retreat to Norland. Then, it will be the awkward situation when the Zhao clan of Liang unified the central plains. With the temperament of Yan King Zhaobing, he will not let his efforts go to waste. At that time, Su Fengnian will really be the next Beiliang, and Beiliang will still be the powerful Beiliang. It is not worth it. The only variable in the Central Plains is Gu Jiantong's Liang frontier army. He has 300,000 elite soldiers openly and secretly. If he grasps the right opportunity, he may become the Su Shao after the Battle of the Western Wall. Furthermore, Gu Jiantang will not let go of this opportunity. After all, Liang no longer has the wise old Emperor Zhao Li. The world today is no longer the world of the past. At that time, Su Shao ruled by drawing rivers and was unpopular. However, once Gu Jiantang successfully takes over Tai and city, he will comply with the will of the heavens. It will be very different. The old man saw that the old woman's spirit was still good, so he tried his best to be concise and to the point. The Central Plains is in troubled times. Among the generals, Liang's Lu Sheng and Su Gong are few and far between. They are outside of the storm and still have the opportunity to choose a tree to live in. Tang Taizhuang and the others who are in city will most likely end up in a more miserable state. As for the civil officials in the imperial court, the short-lived Emperor Zhao Sun won't say much. Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu, father and son, no matter who usurped the throne, would be willing to treat those scholars well. Only Chen Wang, the regular attendant of the left scattered cavalry, has an unfathomable future. The key is whether the new emperor is truly magnanimous or not. The old woman mocked herself. I gave up the chance to live for 4 or 5 more years just to not see that magnificent scene. Am I wrong? The imperial decree of peace said softly, "If your majesty," the old woman seemed to know what the imperial preceptor wanted to say. She smiled broadly and said, "Forget it. There is no medicine for regret in the world. I don't care for it." The imperial decree of peace smiled. "Your majesty is a true hero." The old woman suddenly said something off-topic. "Li Mibi, that woman can live, but she must not see the light of day again." Li Mibi, who was sitting on the threshold, was startled. He then said in a voice just loud enough for the emperor to hear, "I understand." The old woman seemed to have remembered something. That Wang Du of the southern court who likes to plant plum blossoms, is he really a chess piece? Li Mibi raised his voice slightly. "Although there is no conclusive evidence, I can still conclude that Wang Du is a hidden chess piece of Beiliang." The old woman sighed. Tide Listening Pavilion's Li Yishan is truly formidable. The imperial decree of peace revealed an expression of heartfelt admiration. He nodded. Indeed. Li Mibi asked, how should we deal with that Dongju Bo King Jingchong? The imperial decree of peace replied, his 10,000 private cavalry must have already joined up with the Yuzhou light cavalry of Yu Luan's saber division. Presently, the southern court's military strength is weak. It's like a house with holes on all sides. Unless we send assassins in secret, we can't do anything to him. But this time, we'll borrow a knife to kill someone. With this Dongju Bo, it'll only make the knife a bit faster. It's not a big deal. Li Mibi said indifferently, if your majesty really wants him dead, I can personally take action. The old woman smiled. Forget it. The southern court is such a big place. Even if I offer it up with both hands, Bailiang's small cavalry would have to be able to swallow it up. Just let them make trouble. The old woman was clearly somewhat tired when it came to such a major military matter that involved the direction of Liang Mang's war. She also had some unconcealable vexation. She slowly closed her eyes. It was as if she wanted to live a life where the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. She didn't want to be unable to break away from those schemes when she reached the end of the path in the world of the living. The old woman forced herself to take a breath. Her tone suddenly became firm. Her wizened face no longer had the casual expression from before. I only have 3 things to tell you. Dongzhuo must take Huayang Pass. Yelu Hongkai must die before me. The Murong clan must leave behind their bloodline, regardless of gender. When she said the last sentence, the old woman laughed out loud for no reason. She was extremely happy. Superfluous. Then there are only 2 things left. The old woman turned her head for the first time tonight. She looked at the imperial decree of peace, who worked diligently and wholeheartedly for the country's court. She smiled and asked, you can be considered a scholar. Then tell me, is it that man proposes but God disposes, or God disposes but man disposes? The imperial decree of peace said calmly, it varies from time to time, from place to place, and from person to person. Man proposes but God disposes. In the end, there's no fixed number. The old woman withdrew her gaze. She didn't comment. She muttered to herself, a muddled account. There was a long silence. The candlelight in the room was still dim. The old woman murmured in a small voice, it's getting cold, you should all leave. I want to have a good rest. The autumn air was refreshing. If he didn't die now, when would he? The imperial decree of peace stood up gently and then bowed. The old man refused to straighten his back for a long time. He turned and walked out of the room. Li Mibi stood on the steps of the small courtyard as if he was waiting for the imperial decree of peace. After the imperial decree of peace closed the door, the 2 old men stood side by side. Li Mibi sighed softly. There are still too many things that haven't been explained clearly. The imperial decree of peace didn't comment. Li Mibi suddenly sneered. If you leave too much blank, your authority as the imperial preceptor will grow. In the end, His Majesty didn't even leave a name list for the imperial preceptor. This is indeed what you want. Chapter 2019. As for the Beimeng Empress's funeral, it was destined to be kept a secret. When the old woman refused to add oil to the celestial, she knew that she did not have much time left. Thus, she had informed the Taiping magistrate and Li Mibi that if she could not survive the Battle of North Jiebei, she would use the excuse of being exposed to the autumn cold to let the Taiping magistrate handle all government affairs. She had already changed the people in charge of the big and small seals to the Taiping magistrate's trusted aides. When the Taiping magistrate said that she was a true hero, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Yelu Hongkai, an old official who had followed the orders of 3 dynasties, was bound to die. If it were not for Li Mibi, who could barely hold back the first master of the chess and sword music school, no one in the grassland could challenge her. It was very likely that the next ruler of the grassland would be in her hands. After all, the empress did not mention who she wanted to inherit the throne. In her last words, she was still very cold to her son, Yelu Hongkai. My descendants are not like me. This sentence had been widely spread in the grassland. Fortunately, the word shao was not replaced with filial piety. Otherwise, Yelu Hongkai would not be able to eat or sleep. After all, the mediocre descendants were not like the heroic ancestors. Each generation was worse than the last. This could be explained by the will of the heavens. To a certain extent, the reason why Yelu Hongkai could live until today and even control 400,000 soldiers was because of the weak crown prince is not like the iron-blooded empress. Otherwise, how could the cub survive when the two tigers fought? Li Mibi's words did not cause the Taiping magistrate's face to change at all. This old man who had once said that he would use black and white to buy peace was now thinking about the weight of some chess pieces. Crown Prince Yelu Hongkai was naturally not as mediocre and useless as people thought. However, the private meeting with Wang Du had caused the Crown Prince to completely lose the Empress's favor. The Empress had always thought highly of the youngest general in the grassland, Dong Zhuo. However, he was ambitious and difficult to control. Even the best person in the world could do the worst thing in the world if he became the Empress. The common people in the world could be divided into two types of people: the Empress and everyone else. Would Yelu Dongkai be unable to recover after losing the protection of his grandfather, Yelu Hongkai? Could the Murong family's treasured cauldron become the life-saving talisman for the entire Murong family? Could Tuoba Bodhisattva, the loyal guardian of the grassland, have also thought of wearing the yellow robe? After all, to Tuoba Bodhisattva, the presence or absence of His Majesty made a world of difference. Taiping Ling finally came to his senses and turned his head with a smile. You, Su Huainan, and I seem to have all lost. Li Mibi, who had never expected the Taiping order to say this, stared blankly for a moment. Then he put his hands behind his back and sneered, "Everyone has their own way of living. Su Huainan's thoughts are the deepest, so his life is the most tiring. You're not any better. People who know how to play chess tend to have a strong desire for victory. I'm the only one who thinks the least and has the easiest life." Taiping Ling chuckled softly. You didn't think the least, but admitted defeat the earliest. The expressionless spy neither admitted nor denied it. The peace order sighed. I'll have to trouble you from now on. Li Mibi said unhappily, It's my duty. What trouble? Taiping Ling patted Li Mibi's shoulder and joked, That's right. You're the kind of person who likes to hide and scheme against others. You should be enjoying it. Beimang's shadow prime minister, who was used to being alone, was obviously not used to the other person's actions. He frowned, but some of the depression in his heart dissipated. The night was dark. Outside the house, the two elders with the greatest authority in the grassland walked down the steps one after another and parted ways at the door of the small courtyard. After Taiping Ling had walked far away, he suddenly turned his head back. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered, Miss Murong, Miss Murong. On the sickbed in the house, the old woman gently grabbed an old mink coat on the side and covered herself with it. She slowly fell asleep. Her withered fingers gently brushed the mink coat. Just like that little girl whose face and peach blossom blushed, she was in a foreign country. The first time she saw that young man from Liaodong, she felt as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. The third year of Xiangfu winter. The Central Plains were not stable. The situation in Guangling, Jiangnan, and North instantly took a turn for the worse. This was because the king of Shu, Qin Jibao, and the crown prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu, went to the tent of Wu Zhongshuan's army without any retinue. They persuaded the south-conquering general, who held the title of Minister of War, to change sides again. The rebel army went up north. Lu Xingxiang, whose army was stationed in the south of the capital, fell into a perilous situation in the blink of an eye. When the Huangzi officials of the Great Peace Palace heard this shocking news, everyone panicked like ants in a hot pot. Tantanon, who had already resigned due to illness, had no choice but to participate in the court meetings again. Only then did the people calm down. In the middle of winter, the weather was cold and people's hearts were cold. A carriage slowly drove out of the Huan Manor and came to a dilapidated manor just a street away. The signboard had been taken down long ago, and it was an ownerless place. The old man carried 2 jugs of wine and walked down the carriage. He walked up the steps and reached out to tear off the seal on the door. There were a few Zhaogo spies hiding in the shadows. Although they were of high rank, they tactfully ignored him. The old man hugged the 2 jugs of wine to his chest and pushed open the door with great difficulty with one hand. The old man familiarly walked around the corridors and came directly to the study. Some books had already been moved away, some were still left. The ones that were moved away were just collecting dust. It was just a change of location. There was still only one chair in the study. Thinking back to the past, in the court, other than Zhao Li and Zhao Dun, the two kings of Liyang, probably only he, Huanwen, could casually sit here and take over the place with a clear conscience. Huanwen walked around the empty study table and placed the 2 jugs of wine on the table. He used his sleeve to wipe away the thick dust before slowly sitting down. If it was in the past, that purple-bearded and blue-eyed man would be standing by the window. Tantanon looked at the window and said softly, "Blue-eyed man, look. You threw away your responsibilities and left. You didn't get the peace and prosperity in your heart. You only got this messy situation. Don't you feel guilty? It's lucky you died early. Otherwise, you would regret it to death." The old man snorted coldly. "It's lucky you weren't here. Otherwise, I really wanted to slap you on the head. I really wanted to slap you, not to scare you." The old man sank into silence. It was unknown whether Guangling Jidushi Lu Baijie was dead or alive. Administrator Wang Xianxia had been exiled for some reason. Whether it was his life or his reputation, he had escaped. In the end, he was about to return to the capital under the escort of Lu Shengxiang. In the matter of welcoming Wang Xianxia back to the capital, the Grand Peace City Court still had the leisure to argue. Originally, Wang Xianxia was the successor of Zhang Lu, the former Minister of Revenue, and the current administrator of the First Wei. It was natural that Sima Puhua, the Minister of Rights, would come out of the city to welcome him. However, the fall of Guangling Dao had caused half of the country to be ruined. Wang Xianxia was in dire straits. Even if he returned to Grand Peace City alive, his future days would be bleak. It was easy to imagine. The position of the Ministry of Rights Yamen in the Liang Imperial Court grew higher and higher. Right now, it was only second to the Ministry of Appointments, which was second only to the heavenly official Yin Maochun. Sima Puhua was worried that his reputation in the capital would be damaged. He was even more afraid that Wang Xianxia would implicate him and vent his anger on the young emperor. Naturally, he was not willing to personally take over the hot potato that was Wang Xianxia. The second-in-command of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, had publicly scolded Wang Xianxia many times at scholarly poetry gatherings. He would not come out of the city to welcome him. Thus, it was the pitiful Right Assistant Minister Jiang Yongla's turn. In reality, the Liaodong scholar group that had recently risen in the court was determined to beat the administrator, who had always been close to the Jiangnan scholars. They wantonly proclaimed in Grand Peace City that Wang Xianxia could not bear the heavy responsibility. If Qi Yanglong hadn't made the final decision and stopped the increasingly fierce crusade, Wang Xianxia probably wouldn't have been greeted by the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, but by the officials of the Ministry of Justice with shackles. Huanwen was used to the ebb and flow of the officialdom, so he didn't feel much about it. He just felt a little discouraged. In times of peace and prosperity, the civil officials' words were too extreme, just like the comments they made about the butcher Su Shao during Yonghui's reign. It was harmless, and lame Su, who was far away in the northwest, didn't bother to make a fuss about it. But now was not the same as back then. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Huanwen couldn't help but think of that young man, the youngest son of the blue-eyed man, Zhang Bianguan. He was said to be the son of the most distinguished official in the capital but had no rank. He was said to be a good-for-nothing who didn't even dare to bully men and seize women. He was neither high nor low. The young man didn't rely on either side, so he didn't like to talk to anyone. Of the children of the blue-eyed man, only Zhang Bianguan was the one he liked the most. He wasn't afraid to see him and dared to make any jokes. Huanwen heard that after Zhang Bianguan left the Zhangfu, he married a woman from a small family. He lived an ordinary life in the streets. What he liked to do the most was to wander around and watch those pigeons fly in the sky of Great Peace City. Day after day, year after year. Unfortunately, in the end, this young man who stood aloof from worldly affairs had died. The old man opened a jug of wine, raised his head and drank. He suddenly felt slightly sorrowful. The old man held the jug of wine and walked to the window. He pushed open the window and looked at the gray sky. It's late and it's snowing. Can I drink a cup? How could one cup be enough? A jug was just enough. The old man drank a mouthful of wine, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "You can't drink this kind of fine wine. You'll be starved to death." This Tantanon, who had been in a high position for 3 dynasties, sighed and said in a small voice, "I almost forgot, you are someone who doesn't like to drink." The old man said angrily like a child, "There is someone in the world who doesn't like to drink. Preposterous." Tantanon leaned against the window and looked at the desk. He took small sips of wine and quickly drank more than half of it. His eyes were slightly hazy. A little tipsy but not completely drunk, this was the end of life. The old man seemed to see a scholar with a purple beard and blue eyes sitting upright behind the desk, looking at him with a smile. Chapter 2020. Tantanon remembered the time when he and that guy were young, studying the books of the sages together. He slowly raised the wine pot and laughed softly. "Don't think of the errors of Confucianism, reading does not disappoint." That person seemed to reply, "In the morning I am a farmer, in the evening I ascend to the hall of emperor." Tantanon then continued to recite, "The court is full of Zhu Zigue, all scholars." In the end, the two recited together, "The emperor values heroes." Tantanon laughed loudly, not daring to look in that direction, afraid that he would not see that figure again in the next moment. The old man drank the last mouthful of strong wine in the pot, placed the pot on the windowsill, and staggered out of the study. "Only my generation betrays the books of the sages. Since ancient times, the books of the sages have not betrayed me." On the desk, there was a pot of wine that no one drank. Since ancient times, the sages have been lonely. Only the drinker leaves his name. Unexpectedly, after Wang Xianxia returned to the capital, the emperor was not angry. Instead, he comforted this Wang Lin Confucian at the court meeting. However, after learning that the fate of Tangxi sword Saint Lu Baijie was unknown, and that he did not join the rebel vassal king Zhaobing, the young emperor seemed to be moved. After hearing this news, not only did the emperor, Zhao Zhuan, let out a sigh of relief. In reality, all of the court officials from the Jiangnan circuit felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Of the 4 great clans of Jiangnan, after Lu Daolin and Lu Baijie had successively become ministers of Liang, the Lu family could be said to have surpassed them and become the leader of the Jiangnan officials. Once Lu Baijie, as the leader of the southern party on the surface, betrayed the Zhao family of Liang, it was certain to be a disaster in the officialdom of Liang. Perhaps the 3 great clans of Jiangnan, who were of the same breadth and branch as the Lu family, more or less hoped that Lu Baijie would rather commit suicide than live an ignoble life of riches and honor. Taking a step back, as long as there was no news of Lu Baijie, it was definitely a blessing in disguise. In fact, after the incident of the spring snow building, the performance of the generals was too disappointing. Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan betrayed them. The old general of the spring snow building, Song Li, who had become a new nobleman of the Liyang imperial court by quelling the remnants of West Chu, a general with real power, had rebelled. Qi Shentz, a disciple of one of Guangling Dao's great clans, was a first-rate talent of Shangyin Academy. He had just made a name for himself when he turned traitor. Moreover, it was rumored that the 3 of them led a cavalry as the vanguard and were about to force their way into Lu Xingxiang's army south of the capital. It was not that there was no encouraging news. The newly appointed Jidushi Su Gong of the Lianghuai Dao had deployed troops to the south, in preparation to form a north-south defensive line. He had already firmly secured several major passes and military towns, so that for the time being, there was no need to worry about Jingji's western gate. The 2 Jizhou deputy generals, Han Fang and Yang Huchen, each personally led their elite riders to gallop down south, coordinating with the newly appointed Jinggan Jidushi Ma Zhongxian in the north and south, so that the central plains north of Guangling River would not be in turmoil. The original Jidushi Kai Nan's adopted son, Kai Bai, under the strong recommendation of Administrator Han Lin, was promoted to Hezhou general. He quickly led troops to Jizhou to assist Su Gong, without any intention of shirking his responsibilities. They were both local generals who held military power. On one side, there were traders who wanted to help the dragon. On the other side, the wind knew the strong grass, and the board knew the loyal officials. After Wang Xiongui, who was temporarily still the Guangling Jidushi administrator, safely returned to his mansion, he did not accept his wife's suggestion to immediately wash away his bad luck. Instead, he summoned 2 of his housekeepers and separately invited 2 people who had not interacted with him for many years. One was the assistant minister of the secretariat, second only to the current grand secretary, Qianglong Zhao Yuling. The other was Yin Maochun, who was appointed as the Minister of Personnel from the Hanlin Academy. Wang Xionggui's 2 trusted housekeepers were greatly surprised. It had to be known that not only had their master made it clear that he did not have any contact with those 2 officials, in reality, although the Crown Minister of Eternal Hui, Yin Maochun, and Zhao Yuling were relatives by marriage, their relationship had always been shallow. After the marriage alliance, they had even less private contact. Therefore, after the 2 of them left the deserted mansion, they both felt that they had made a wasted trip. However, the 2 of them did not expect that one person would come to visit right after they left, and his identity was prominent. Yuanghua. They both came from the spring of Eternal Hui. They were both officials who had a bright future in Zhonglu. Furthermore, Yuangua's talent in his early years was even greater than the top 3 in the imperial examinations, Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun. He had always been the junior that Tantanon favored the most. However, because Yuangua's personality was too lax, his knowledge too high, and his talent too great, he was quickly surpassed by Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun in the officialdom. In the end, even Wang Xiongui and Han Lin left him far behind. He finally made a comeback after the Eternal Hui auspicious talisman and became the minister of 2 ministries. Immediately after, because he did not agree with the emperor, he quickly left Graydon City and was demoted to the 2 Liao roads to be the deputy provincial governor. He did not accomplish much. Regardless of whether it was Gu Jiantang or the Prince of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, neither of them paid much attention to Yuanghua. Even the 2 Liao scholars did not like this Mr. Nice Guy, who became less and less opinionated as he got older. Thus, Yuangua's arrival in the capital did not cause any waves. However, the juniors who had been tricked into drinking by Yuangua, this unscrupulous elder, since they were young, had a good gathering in Yuangua's manor. Wang Xionggui's youngest son, Wang Yuanran, the most famous young master in the capital, had been abducted by Yuanguo when he first drank with prostitutes. For such trivial matters, the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Han Lin, who had always been gentle, courteous, and thrifty, had completely broken off relations with Yuanghua, this old and disrespectful fellow. However, after so many years, whether it was Wang Yuanran, this group of idle hedonistic sons, or Yin Maochuan's eldest legitimate son, Yin Changging, these ambitious young people, they all got along well with Yuanghua, who did not have the airs of an elder. When Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, these 2 important figures of the central government, came to Wang Xionggui's study one after the other, the 5 most outstanding young people of Zhonglu, other than Han Lin, who was far away in the northwest, were all gathered. After the 4 of them sat down, they were all speechless for a moment. As the host, Wang Xiongui raised his teacup and said with a light laugh, "I will use tea in place of wine. In the future, I will have to trouble you to take care of ZC." ZC was Wang Yuanran's courtesy name, a gift from Tantanon's Huanwen. However, the 4 of them all knew that there was another secret matter involved. In the beginning, Wang Xiongui had hoped that their teacher, Zhang Julu, would bestow him a courtesy name. However, Grand Secretary Zhang had never been interested in this type of icing on the cake, never opening his mouth to anyone. On the other hand, the knowledgeable Tantanon had always never refused anyone. Regardless of whether it was his colleagues in the officialdom or his scholarly friends, he would always accede to their requests. The reason why Tantanon's officialdom didn't collapse was probably because of this kind of bit-by-bit accumulation. In reality, back then Wang Xiongui had only casually mentioned it. How could he have the extravagant hope that the Grand Secretary would make an exception for him? After all, back then, the young Wang Yuanran's reputation among the children of aristocratic families was something he, as his father, was well aware of. Perhaps not even the Grand Secretary would be willing to treat Wang Yuanran properly. Every year, during the first month of the new year, When Wang Yuanran and his older brothers followed Wang Xiongui to visit the Grand Secretary's residence, each time, they would be like mice entering a cat's nest, definitely not daring to say a single extra word. No wonder Wang Yuanran's courage was so small. Just think about it, when the Grand Secretary's sons saw Zhang Julu, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, not even daring to breathe loudly. How could Wang Yuanran dare act rashly? Only, for some reason, Wang Yuanran's courtesy name ZC really did come from Zhang Julu's writing. It was just that he found an opportunity to pass it on to Huanwen, not willing to make it public. Wang Xiongui was overjoyed at this turn of events. It really wasn't an exaggeration to say that he cried tears of joy. However, the Minister of Revenue, who was well versed in the rules of officialdom, didn't dare make it public at all. Even when it came to his wife and son, he still didn't reveal the truth. Yuanguo was the first to speak. What problem is there? ZC has turned over a new leaf and is no longer muddle-headed like before. This is a good thing. As an elder, of course, I have no reason to refuse. Then, Yuanguo turned his head with a smile toward Zhao Yuling and purposely asked, Sir Zhao, is that right? Zhao Yuling glared at this fellow, but when faced with Wang Xionggui's almost pitiful gaze, he nodded and smiled. No problem. Only Yin Maochun didn't speak. During the spring of eternal Hui, Yin Maochun was extremely outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been raised as a prime minister by Li Yang's previous dynasty's imperial teacher, Yuan Benshi. He was even more valued than the other person, Song Dongming. Yin Maochun, who had been in charge of the Hanlin Academy for more than a decade, was also the most famous official in the world who deserved the reputation of having students all over the world. In a sense, Yin Maochun had more potential than Zhao Yuling, who was, for the time being, slightly higher in rank and more powerful than himself. Wang Xiongui saw that Yin Maochun didn't speak, so he didn't force it. He didn't dare to force it. Unexpectedly, after Yin Maochun put down his teacup, he said sparingly, "Very well." Wang Xiongui suddenly said, "My teacher once said that scholars are duty-bound to rule the country. Scholars save the country are within their power, but scholars must not cause chaos." Yuanguo made a sound of agreement. If I remember correctly, he did say that. Wang Xiongui was silent for a moment. At that time, the rebellion in West Chu was quelled. The three of you didn't see the chaos in the Jiang Temple in Guangling Path with your own eyes. You probably don't know that scholars are only willing to show the various states of the human world at the critical moment of life and death. Wang Xiongui laughed self-deprecatingly. After my dynasty quelled the spring and autumn period and unified the Central Plains, I revised the history books of the previous dynasty and always saw some jokes. Some said that the water was too cold and the well was too small. Some said that my house had 4 walls, no beams, no white silk. I didn't want to believe it before, but this time, I had to believe it after seeing it with my own eyes and hearing it with my own ears. Wang Xiongui stood up and went to the window seat where the heavy snow was swirling. During the celebration banquet of the spring snow building, Chen Zhibao, Zhao Bing, and Nalin Yusi came together aggressively. There were thousands of rebel soldiers downstairs. Only Mr. Tang she stood up and questioned Zhao Bing on the spot. And I, Wang Xiongui, am a second-rank official like Lu Baijie. Although I was angry, I didn't dare to say anything. Wang Xiongui turned his head and asked with a smile, "I've been thinking, if my teacher was present at that time, what would he say and do?" Yin Maochun was lost in thought. Zhao Yuling smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 2021. Yuanguo stroked his beard and said, "I think that Mr., who has never fought anyone in his life, will give Zhao Bing a good beating." Yin Maochun laughed for the first time without any fear. Zhao Yuling, who was also a grandmaster in the officialdom, also laughed. Wang Xiongui straightened his robes, turned to look out the window and bowed solemnly. Yuanguo sighed and slowly stood up. He also straightened his robes and bowed. Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun looked at each other and smiled. They stood up at the same time and bowed as well. This was the matter of scholars. No matter what other scholars in the world think or do, I, Scholar Zhang Lu, cultivate my body. The Qi family. Rule the country. Pacify the world. At the border of the imperial city of Great Peace City, The door to a small courtyard was half closed. A blind young man and a maid who depended on each other were cooking wine in the snowy night. The maid called Xianxia said worriedly, "Young master, it seems that the outside world is becoming more and more chaotic. When I went to buy food, I heard that the 3 rebel kings fought their way here and almost ran into Assistant Minister Lu's army. The price of rice in the capital has risen a lot. If we don't stock up, it will be troublesome." The young man, who was dressed in white and smiled proudly at the nobles, said gently, "Don't worry, we won't starve. However, as long as one has food at home, one's heart won't panic." She wanted to speak but stopped. In the end, she couldn't help but ask in a small voice, "Young master, can we defend? If the 2 border armies of Gudajo come down south to help, will we be able to quell the rebellion? But even I know that the king of Shu, Chenjibao, is very good at using troops. He is helping the king of Yen and the others. What should we do?" Lu Su, who was in charge of Liang, said softly, "The white-robed war saint chose to take in Wu Zhongshuan's army not just because he wants to end the battle quickly. It also means that the scenery in the distance is not in Great Peace City, but Gujiantang's border towns." Xinghua was confused. What is he thinking?" Lu Suan joked, "Only God knows." She carefully handed a cup of hot wine to Lu Su. Over the past few years, the 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Although she was blind, she naturally took the cup. When Lu Su lowered his head to drink, she sighed, "Sigh, it's only been 20 years of peace and there's going to be turmoil and chaos again." The corners of Lu Su's mouth curled up. "The 2 of us can be considered lucky to have just lived for 20 years. In the early years of Yonghui and this year's 3rd year of Xiangfu, the people of the Central Plains, the old people from the past, and the children now will all have to live in fear." She smiled. "You're right, young master." Lu Su turned his head and looked at the half-open door. He pursed his lips and looked calm. She looked at the side of young master's face, her eyes dazed. She didn't have any extravagant hopes. She only hoped that she could stay by his side until she saw her young master's hair slowly turn white, and her young master would never see her unbearably old appearance with white hair. Lu Su slowly turned his head and broke the silence. "I've already dismissed Spy Zhao today. You can say anything." Xinghua hesitated. "Young master, do you occasionally feel lonely?" The blind young man smiled and shook his head. "I'm a virgin, happy and content." Xinghua stuck out her tongue. "Young master, you're so calm and indifferent. You're really amazing." He mocked himself. The frog in the well talks about the sea, the worm in the summer talks about the ice. That's amazing. She didn't really understand, so she didn't say anything. Lu Su suddenly said, "I remember that there's spring water in my hometown. It's known as the 9th best spring in the world by the Dafeng dynasty's tea sage. If you pour the spring water into a cup, the water will not overflow. It can even float copper coins." Xinghua widened her limpid eyes. "Is it really that magical?" Lu Su laughed. "Floating copper coins are definitely fake, but it's true that it's like drinking wine in a cup. If there's a chance, we can use the spring water there to boil wine." Xinghua nodded her head vigorously. Lu Su raised his head slightly and whispered, "This spring is the most pleasant. The 18 spring seasons." She asked curiously, "Young master, who wrote this poem? It's quite good." Lu Su stretched out his finger and pointed at himself with a gentle smile. Xinghua immediately said in a serious tone, "It's really a good poem." Lu Su pointed at her. "You're not very good at flattery." Xinghua blushed. Lu Su gently opened his palm to the woman beside him. She felt as if she was struck by lightning. She was timid and gentle. Finally, she gathered her courage and stretched out her cold and slender hand and placed it in his palm. Lu Su held her hand tightly and said, "Xinghua, I'm blind. In the future, help me look at those great rivers and mountains. If you see them, I will see them too." She choked and said, "Young master, don't despise me for being stupid." Lu Su shook his head and said softly, "I don't dare." Outside the house, the heavy snow fell on the world. Inside the house, the people were as warm as spring. The 4th year of Xiangfu, early spring. The last heavy snow at the end of last year had yet to melt. Jiaodong King Zhao Sui led his elite troops to the south. At the same time, Hezhou General Kai Bai's elite cavalry and Yang Huchen's and Han Feng's cavalry successfully merged. Jinggan Jidushi Ma Zhongxian announced that he had gathered 100,000 elite troops and was about to head east. These good news added a festive atmosphere to this year's first court meeting. After the court meeting, Sun Yin found Fan Zhongho in the crowd. He said that he had recently picked up an incomplete chess piece. It was true that he had achieved great success. His chess skills had skyrocketed. He would definitely be able to teach this 10th-level chess saint a lesson. Fan Zhongho was originally walking side by side with Song Kelly, who was also in the Hanlin Academy. The two of them had a good relationship. The young phoenix of the Song family, whose family had declined, had always been silent. Only Fan Zhongho and he often talked at night. After hearing Sun Yin's provocation, Fan Zhongho smiled and agreed. They agreed to meet tonight at Sun Yin's house. Sun Yin repeatedly reminded this great national player to not forget to bring the liuji mutton from the horse stop. Fan Zhongho had to promise that even if he did not show up, he would not miss the mutton. Only then did Sun Yin give up. The top scholar of the last imperial examination, Li Jifu, ran all the way. When he reached Sun Yin's side, he was slightly out of breath. After being glared at by Sun Yin, Li Jifu smiled shyly. Li Jifu's appearance was average and his temperament was dull. He had always been ridiculed as one of the bottom 3 candidates in the Li Yang imperial examinations. He was neither a distinguished scholar nor a military strategist. Not to mention the distinguished and outstanding leader of the Yong Hui's court officials, Yin Maochun, he was far inferior to the second-place Gao Tingshu Tanhua Wu Tsongxian of the same imperial examinations. His family background, his career prospects, and his prospects in the capital were all like this. Li Jifu had done nothing for 3 whole years and was not famous. Now, they were about to welcome the next court examination. Even though there were no results, Qin Guanhai from last autumn's autumn assembly had surpassed Li Jifu in both style and bearing. Qin Guanhai of a noble family was already famous in Great Pea City. With the help of Jin Lanting, Gao Tingshu and the others, Li Jifu naturally became a supporting character. Occasionally he would be mocked and ridiculed. The only thing that attracted attention about Li Jifu, this honest person, was that he was willing to be a follower of the Baoyang's mad scholar, Sun Yin. For no reason he would go find Sun Yin, who had just been transferred to the Ministry of Rites. Every time he left court, he would follow behind Sun Yin as if he would not be at ease if he did not do so. The civil and military officials of the court were used to this. On the other hand, Sun Yin was a person who did not stop. After the debate at the Imperial College, he quickly lost his position. Within a year, he had been transferred from the Ministry of War to the Ministry of Rites. Not long after, he was scolding a minister, second assistant minister, and third Longzhong. The only remaining Longzhong, who had luckily escaped, was chased and questioned by the leaders of other ministries every time he went to court. Questions such as, Longzhong Ma, who blocked the door and scolded you yesterday? Will you be able to escape today? Official Ma, you have to hold on, I bet that you will be fine this month. Whether or not you can get your salary next month depends on you. Soon, Assistant Minister Ma inexplicably became a well-known figure in the court. It was enough to show the arrogance of the minor official of the Ministry of Rites, Sun Yin. At dusk, in the small house rented by Sun Yin Quangren, the 2 people playing chess were not Fan Zhongho and Sun Yin Quangren, who boasted of his godlike chess skills. Instead, it was an ordinary scholar from outside the country who was playing chess with the world-famous Xiangfu chess sage. Moreover, after more than 60 moves, the former was still not at a disadvantage. Those who knew about Fan Zhongho's powerful chess skills knew that this was not an easy feat in the contemporary Go world. Fan Zhongho, who was publicly recognized as the Fan Zi, had already surpassed the West Chu's Guosher, Li Mi. It was very likely that he would be able to catch up with Huang Sanjia and Chao Changqing. Therefore, there was a humorous saying that Su Weisheng is not in the capital, Fan Zhongho is within 1 arm's reach. The national players of Liang Go waiting for the imperial edict were thoroughly convinced of their loss. Among them, Yuan Mei, the famous Go master of the Peach Spring Go manual, admitted that Fan Changho's invincibility was a misunderstanding. It was only because no one in the capital was truly able to drag the game into the middle game. In addition to Sun Yin and the two players, Li Jifu and Song Kelly were also in the room. Sun Yin was squatting on a small stool, holding a large plate of peanuts in his hands. A gentleman would watch the game without saying anything. Sun Yin, who was not good at Go, would watch the game and talk nonsense. Fortunately, the young scholar did not listen to his advice at all. Song Kelly did not watch the game. He was flipping through an ancient book that Sun Yin had picked up from somewhere. Li Jifu, who had no chair to sit on, squatted directly next to Sun Yin. Occasionally, he would pick up a peanut from the plate and chew it slowly. If he picked it up too quickly, Sun Yin would slap it away. Li Jifu could only look resentful. After more than 80 moves, that young scholar threw in his chess piece and admitted defeat. Even though this person's strength was already extremely shocking, the only flaw was that no matter if it was the pick or the placement of the chess piece, his posture was too unpresentable. It had nothing to do with that confidence and ease. Fan Zhongho raised his head and looked at his peer who was staring down at the game. He asked gently, "Brother Lu, may I ask how long you have been learning Go?" Chapter 2022. The young man surnamed Lu raised his head and smiled. "Less than 3 years. I only learned it after I came to the capital for the imperial examinations. I haven't played much. After my good friends left the capital last year, no one was willing to play chess with me." Fan Zhongho smiled bitterly. "Brother Lu is like a god on the chessboard. Amazing." Sun Yin laughed heartily. He felt even happier than when he had defeated Fan Zhong. This scholar with the surname Lu, who was going to take the imperial examination, was only able to obtain this residence after much effort. Even so, if it were not for Sun Yin's identity as Northern Liang, this fellow would most likely not have come to stay here. The young man's surname was Lu and his name was Huai. He was also from Bailiang and was the only scholar to participate in the autumn exam last year. However, his ranking was very low and he could barely participate in the court exam. If it were based on the results of the exam, he would definitely be a Jinsher. However, Lu Huai could not be considered unknown because there was a middle-aged scholar surnamed Zhang who had helped Lu Huai copy scriptures at the entrance of the Imperial College. After Lu Huai settled down here, he lived in seclusion and devoted himself to studying. When Sun Yin was studying in his hometown of Bailiang, he was already known for his outstanding writing skills. At that time, even Yao Baifeng, who was the left chancellor of the Imperial College, this kind of leading literary figure, was willing to make a name for himself. Later on, Tantanan Huanwen, who sat firmly on the top seat of the Secretariat, had also personally verified this matter. He had no choice but to teach Sun Yin to be low-key while pinching his nose and saying angrily, "This child won the imperial examinations, it was easy for him to win." Lu Huai was preparing for this spring's court examinations, so he naturally benefited greatly. In addition, even though Lu Huai's personality was strict, he wasn't arrogant. He spared no effort in seeking advice. There were several times when he burned the midnight oil to read something that he couldn't understand, so he would remember it one by one. Then he would wait until early in the morning when Sun Yin, who had to attend the morning court, woke up and opened the door, and then he would ask questions one by one. However, even though Sun Yin would answer all of his questions, the rather grumpy Sun Yin would still scold Lu Huai a few times. "You're more diligent than Li Jifu, but your aptitude is a bit lacking. You can't even compare to that idiot Li Jifu," and so on. If he wasn't so grumpy when he woke up, he would also pat Lu Huai's shoulder and say a few words of encouragement. "It's fine, your writing is on par with Li Jifu's, so it's not too embarrassing. After all, you guys aren't me, Sun Yin. Lu Huai and Li Jifu, the likes of which only appear once every 10 years, but I, Sun Yin, only once in 100 years. Brother Lu Huai, the ability of a scholar doesn't depend on the court examinations. Yin Maochun was the Zhuangyuan, right? But what rank did his esteemed teacher, our Grand Secretary Zhang, get in the court examinations? Look at Li Jifu, didn't he also become the top scholar? How can he be compared to someone like me who didn't even participate in the court examinations?" Li Jifu, who often stayed here, would always smile and not say anything. Motherf***, Although Li Jifu's career wasn't smooth, his essays for the imperial examinations were truly flawless. 3 years ago, a certain senior top scholar admitted defeat in public and said, "How lucky am I to not participate in the court examinations in the same year as Li Jifu? How unlucky am I to be the second in the imperial examinations?" Luckily, Li Jifu didn't refute him. At first, Lu Huai thought that the gentle brother Li only had the same name as the top scholar in the first year of Xiangfu. When he found out the truth, he had no choice but to persuade Sun Yin not to laugh at brother Li in front of him. However, Sun Yin waved his sleeves and said, "There are countless people who have been scolded and humiliated by me, Sun Yin. However, there are only a few people who I, Sun Yin, reluctantly acknowledge. Li Jifu is happy. Why would he be angry?" Lu Huai, who got along well with Li Jifu after meeting him, was so angry that he almost moved out of the house. However, Li Jifu stopped him. After a heart-to-heart talk, Lu Huai returned to the house. After half a day, Sun Yin finally managed to suppress his impulse. However, it was obvious that he was holding back a lot. In the end, Li Jifu forced Sun Yin to swallow back the words he was about to say. He scratched his head and smiled, "Brother Sun, I'll say it if I want to. If you're uncomfortable, I'm even more uncomfortable." Sun Yin pointed at Li Jifu and looked at the helpless Lu Huai. He said proudly, "Did you hear that?" After interacting with Sun Yin for a long time, Lu Huai, who had learned a lot of unconventional catchphrases, couldn't help but mutter, "There's no justice in this world. There's no law in this world." Therefore, the three of them got along harmoniously. Lu Huai also knew that Li Jifu was truly talented. Most importantly, he had an even rarer, neutral and peaceful temperament. He had no arrogance and was proud to the bone. He was definitely not the kind of person who appeared to be loyal but was actually treacherous. Today, Lu Huai only knew that Sun Yin had a chess friend who came to his house to play chess. When the two guests arrived, Sun Yin didn't introduce himself. He only said that if he won, he would bring him and Li Jifu to the restaurant at the end of the street. They would eat a lot of fish and meat. With Sun Yin's salary in hand, he would be able to compete with Kong Fong brothers. If it wasn't enough, he could even put it on credit. How could the name Sun Yin not be worth tens of thousands of taels of gold? Therefore, Lu Huai only knew that one of them was surnamed Song and the other was surnamed Fan. At this time, when he heard the young man with the surname Fan praise him as divine and amazing, Lu Huai's expression became a bit strange. He was just a layman who had unintentionally learned how to play chess. Wasn't it inappropriate for him to praise him like this? Noticing Lu Huai's gaze, Fan Zhongho felt helpless. He wasn't Sun Yin and didn't have the face to announce his name. Sun Yin was even more delighted. He grabbed the last handful of peanuts on the plate and gave half of them to Li Jifu. After getting up, he shook his robe and said with a smirk, "Lu Huai, do you know who this guy is? Fanzi of the chess world, the 10th Dan chess saint, the #1 national player of our dynasty, second to Chao Guanzi, the famous Huang Men of the Hanlin Academy, Fan Duanxian." Fan Duanxian? Pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, such a big nickname being shouted out by Sun Yin. Even Song Kelly, who was reading a book in the distance, couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Fan Zhongho put his hand to his forehead. Lu Huai wasn't stupid and quickly understood. He got up and bowed. "Lu Huai thanks Mr. Fan for the guidance." Fan Zhongho quickly got up and bowed back. "It's just a friendly match. I don't dare to give you any advice." Sun Yin rolled his eyes and turned to Li Jifu, saying, "See, sour scholar." Before Li Jifu could speak, Sun Yin sighed and said, "Including you, 3. But before Sun Yin could continue, Song Kelly said, "Brother Sun, you don't have to praise me. Including me for..." Sun Yin said bluntly, "Song Kelly, it's not that I want to criticize you, but since you're close to Yan Qiji, you can be considered as a friend of a gentleman. Why do you care about those gossips? Sigh, in the end, it's young Mistress Fan who has taken advantage of you too." Song Kelly, who was holding the book, took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Sun Yin was still unwilling to let the matter rest. He nagged, "Song Kelly, you must know that the more you know, the lighter you become. What a beautiful couple." Don't waste the Moon Elder's red string because of you. Lu Huai and Li Jifu looked at each other. Was there really something going on here? Fan Zhongho, who knew what was going on, tried hard not to laugh. Song Kelly raised the rare engraved ancient book in his hand. 300 taels of silver. Don't let it get burned, it's not even worth 30 taels. Sun Yin quickly gave him a thumbs up and praised. Attacking the enemy's base directly, you use your troops like a god. I'm impressed. Song Kelly snorted and continued to read. Lu Huai asked tentatively, Mr. Fan, can we play another round? Fan Zhongho nodded with a smile. Just call me by my name. The two sat back down and continued to play. Sun Yin, who was bored to death, lost interest in watching the game and could only stare blankly. Li Jifu didn't have much interest in playing chess and his chess skills were average. However, he still enjoyed watching the game between two masters. As for his chess skills, he was naturally much better than Sun Yin. Sun Yin muttered to himself, it's a pity that Chen Xiaobao and Yan Qiji aren't here. Otherwise, all the guys I like would be in the same nest. Lu Huai was very focused on playing chess. In fact, Lu Huai was always so focused whether he was reading or doing things. Fan Zhongho, who had played chess countless times, was also the same. It could be said that when he placed a piece, even thunder wouldn't move it. Song Kelly thought for a while. Only Li Jifu smiled. He was very happy. It was very strange. Although he had known Sun Yin for a long time, there had never been any heartfelt words between the two of them. Sun Yin always liked to be lost in thought, and his mind would often wander. Li Jifu also rarely took the initiative to talk when he was beside Sun Yin. He usually just quietly read and thought about the big and small things in the officialdom and the high and low people in the yamen. Sun Yin said to himself, actually, Fan Zhongho is very competitive and can let go of things easily. He's really suitable to be an official. He's not suitable to play chess. First, he should wander around places like the Imperial Academy and Imperial College. He's not afraid of being slow, but he's afraid of being fast. Young Chicken Song. Oh, that's not right, Young Chicken Song. What about Young Chicken Song? She is courageous and diligent. She will be an assistant minister for 3 years, a minister for 5 years, and a grand secretary for 10 years. Oh, that's not right. I, Sun Yin, will be the grand secretary for 10 years. Song Kelly, you should just be a minister obediently. As for Lu Huai, don't be stuck in a pile of books. Being a teacher won't be a big deal. At most, you'll be given an average posthumous title. What Wenjie, Weni, Wenda? How is that a posthumous title? It's just cursing people. As for Li Jifu, you'll have to make do with cultivating in the government. Remember to burn incense and pray to Buddha when you're free. If you're lucky, you'll be able to get a third-rank assistant minister or a provincial governor. If you're unlucky, Sai, you'll have to borrow money from me. I don't think you'll be able to marry a decent wife. Li Jifu nodded solemnly. Well, it seemed that this top scholar took it seriously. Song Kelly shook his head again. Before the night ban in the capital, Fan Zhongho said goodbye to Song Kelly. Lu Huai got up and walked him out. Li Jifu left the house later. Lu Huai helped him carry the lantern to the corner of the alley before handing it to him. Chapter 2023. Lu Huai clearly saw this scholar holding a lantern in one hand and blocking his view with the other as his shoulders trembled slightly. Before leaving, Sun Yin picked up the book that Song Kelly had placed on the table and threw it to Li Jifu, who was about to leave. He said angrily, I'll lend you the book. Friendship is friendship, but you have to return it. The shortest is 3 years, the latest is 5 years. I'll count the days with my fingers. If you don't return it, I'll carry a bucket of dung to your door and pour it. It's up to you to believe it or not. Don't be so wishy-washy. Get out of here. In the night, Li Jifu walked further and further away. Then he walked faster and faster as he strode forward. In reality, for some reason, this scholar had been borrowing money from his colleagues recently. However, he gritted his teeth and did not ask for Sun Yin's help. It was said that his family had sent a letter to the capital and urgently needed a large sum of money to get through this difficult time. However, most of Li Jifu's family naively thought that Li Jifu, who had brought honor to his ancestors, was fated to have a meteoric rise in Jing. They did not know that it was not easy to climb up the ranks of Great Peace City's officialdom. If Li Jifu had not been the number one in the first rank and had only been a slightly higher-ranking jinshi, perhaps his days would be much better than now. At the very least, he would have more money and more friends. Taking a step back, even if it was a second-class Grand Scholar who was sent out to other places, or a fellow Grand Scholar who was lucky enough to fill the vacancy immediately, the good ones would be the officials who ruled over a region. As for the bad ones, it would be difficult for them to remain uncorrupted. However, Li Jifu was the top scholar and had no family background. Moreover, there were no seniors in the bureaucracy to help him. How could Li Jifu become a dragon in a storm? He should have been suppressed by the seniors in the capital. Therefore, Sun Yin's unintentional words of suffering hit the nail on the head. However, no matter how difficult it was, Li Jifu was still the top scholar. As long as there were not too many twists and turns in his future career, it would be smoother and smoother. Not to mention an extremely high official. With the generosity of the previous emperors of the Liang dynasty, there had never been a top scholar who died halfway. At the very least, he had managed to become a fourth-rank official. In that case, after 3 to 5 years, Li Jifu would definitely be able to fork out the money for a printed book. If Li Jifu secretly sold the book, even if he sold it cheaply, he would still be able to get 200 taels of silver. For Li Jifu's family, this was a huge hurdle. As long as they had this amount of silver, they would definitely be able to cross it. Mad scholar Sun Yin. Since he was able to become the best scholar in Liang, how could he be someone who only knew how to read? Was he really ignorant of the ways of the world? It was impossible. Lu Huai returned to the house with mixed feelings. Looking at Sun Yin, who was flipping through a book with one leg crossed over the other, Lu Huai said softly, "Even though I know it's unnecessary, I still want to thank you on behalf of Brother Li." Sun Yin didn't even turn his head as he said indifferently, "You're thanking me on his behalf? Heh, be careful that the blockhead surnamed Li doesn't care about your feelings in the future." Lu Huai said calmly, "Brother Li and I are friends of gentlemen. Although the taste is not as good as wine, wine can quench one's cravings and water can quench one's thirst. I don't wish to have any dealings with Brother Li." Since that's the case. Sun Yin interrupted Lu Huai's words, "Wrong, very wrong. Do you know why in history, it seems that in the fierce political struggles of the past dynasties, the true gentlemen always lose miserably, while the hypocrites can win again and again?" Lu Huai was about to speak when he was interrupted by Sun Yin again. This mad scholar stared at the oil lamp and said tirelessly, "You don't know. Even if you think you know now, it's still wrong. Gentlemen like to call themselves friends and not party. The true gentlemen foolishly take it as a standard and really do so. You have to know that on the way to the top, the biggest taboo is to appear to be full of friends, but in reality, be alone and without help. When in trouble, especially when the emperor is annoyed, the assistance of the gentleman beside you will often backfire. Because they don't know who the biggest donkey in the world is. It's actually the hypocrites who are willing to throw away their face and the true villains who have the guts to bet all their belongings on the gambling table to win big with a small amount that can help turn danger into safety. Speaking of which, don't think that the hypocrites and the true villains are empty scholars. Let me tell you, whether a scholar's moral conduct is noble and unsullied or not, it has a certain relationship with how many books they have read and how much fame they have obtained, but it definitely has nothing to do with it. Let me ask you, Song Kelly's father and grandfather, the two masters of the Song family, who enjoyed fame overseas during Yonghui's reign, this old man Song, how is his handwriting? He's a first-class master. Who knows, maybe several hundred years later, there will still be countless scholars painstakingly copying and practicing. Is little Master Song's writing good? Of course it can't be better. There's nothing he can't master in poetry, song, and prose alone. I'm guessing that 1,000 years later, when there's a ranking of the top 10 masters of prose, Song Kelly's father will still have a place. But if this father and son pair can't maintain their integrity in their later years and ultimately lose their reputation, it's only because the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu is dissatisfied with their position as the overlord of the literary world. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Do you, Lu Huai, really believe it? I, Sun Yin, don't believe it, or to be more accurate, I only believe half of it. This matter needs to be discussed in depth, broken down into pieces. You'll have to listen to me until daybreak, because it involves too many secrets of the imperial court. The trend of the imperial examination in Liang, the rise and fall of the literary vein in the world, the direction of public opinion in Jiangnan, the serious problems of the two departments of civil service and etiquette, and so on and so forth. I reckon you'll have a headache just listening to it. Lu Huai stood in place, dumbstruck. Sun Yin was still crossing his legs, swaying back and forth. He chuckled and said, "As long as you enter the imperial court, there won't be many people who truly share the same ideals, right? But you have to remember one thing. Whether you're an official in the capital or a local government, the number of chairs in the officialdom is fixed. Once you sit down, there will definitely be a few people missing. The feud in the officialdom is far greater than in the Jianghu." This famous saying was said by a certain great writer. Yes, it was me, Sun Yin. When your position is high enough, there will be fewer and fewer chairs. It's even more so. Scholars with great ambitions, if they don't lose their original aspirations in the ups and downs of the officialdom, will only become more and more painful. This is because if you want to let go of your hands and feet to fulfill your ambitions, you need to have a large group of colleagues and subordinates to work with you. You have to take care of all aspects of interests. To give a simple example, if an opponent in the officialdom splashes dirty water on you, even if the emperor doesn't care, what if half of the capital follows suit and speaks ill of you? Or perhaps half of the scholarly circles blindly follow suit. What's even more frightening is that when the time comes, even the common people will follow suit and scold you. What will you do? Scold back? You're a gentleman who's well-read and virtuous books, and you're already an official of the imperial court. If you scold someone in front of them, you'll lose all decorum. Furthermore, you'll also ruin the emperor's impression of you. What do you need to do? Do you want to form a clique or not? Do you want to build a zhang hut? Do you want to be the leader of the Green Party? Lu Huai, ask yourself honestly. I can't give you an answer. I just want to tell you that if you want the state affairs to be smooth and the politics to be clear, you will inevitably encounter all kinds of drawbacks that will eventually block the path of the court. And the drawbacks come from the corrupt government. It may also be that the good government is corrupted by the evil, or it may even be that the officials who don't do anything are indifferent. People who talk empty talk are the most carefree. People who do things are the most scolded. The world is bustling with activity, nothing more than profit and gain. Finally, I'll tell you a sad truth. The reason why Zhang Julu sought his own death was because he saw that the sons of the aristocratic families who control the imperial court are used to wealth. No matter how much they value money, if they have the same temperament and character, the former will definitely not be as good as the son of the aristocratic family who rose to the top. I'm not saying that everyone is like this, but it's definitely not a small number. Let's ask the latter, after suddenly becoming rich, even if he can keep his hands clean, will there be people in his family who will ask for too much? Will they use their power to bully others in the local area? Will they become a tyrant who runs amok in the local area? Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. After becoming an official, how many people dare not recognize their unbenevolent and righteous parents? Brothers are friendly and respectful. The elder brother has helped you all the way to become a talent. If he says he wants to marry a wife and take in a concubine, and wants thousands of acres of fertile land, will you agree? If the husband and wife treat each other with respect, if the wife's family member commits crimes and is exposed, do you dare to let his head roll on the ground? Are you willing to see the wife who shares the same bed as you wash her face with tears every day? You've been studying with the same hometown for many years. If you're rich and he's not famous, he's begging for a small official position. If he's really talented but his fate is not good, how will you deal with it? If you're rich and prosperous together, and your children marry into a family, but in the future he's corrupt and harms the country, and comes to you to give him a way out, his close friends and dozens of family members, including the scholar you gave his courtesy name to, and the young child who recognized you as his god-grandfather, but all of them are hanging by a thread. What will you do? Sun Yin finally stopped talking. Probably because his mouth was dry from talking, he began to rummage through the chests and cabinets to find wine to drink. Lu Huai was dumbfounded and sweated profusely. Sun Yin finally found a pot of green ant wine. He raised his head and drank to his heart's content. Then he glanced at Lu Huai and said with a smile, "I'm not afraid of the rich being unbenevolent. If those guys die, so be it. If the tall building collapses, so be it. I, Sun Yin, may even take the initiative to find trouble with them. But the words poor and evil, poor people have low aspirations, are you afraid? I, Sun Yin, am afraid. He, Zhang Julu, is even more afraid." Lu Huai did not move or say a word. Sun Yin walked up to him and waved his arm in front of Lu Huai's eyes. "What's wrong? Scared silly?" Lu Huai's eyes were red and there were faint tears. Sun Yin passed the wine pot to the Bailiang scholar and joked, "Don't be afraid. Drink to calm your nerves." Lu Huai shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'd better not drink. I've never drunk wine before." Sun Yin rolled his eyes and withdrew his hand. He went to sit on the threshold and said with a cheeky smile, "All right, then I'll enjoy the good fortune alone." Lu Huai sat quietly beside him. In early spring, when the cold and snow melted, it was the coldest to the bones. Sun Yin said to himself, "Let's take 10,000 steps back and say that a person who has no relatives or friends, who has no ties, and who finally has a high position one day, is he willing to do small good things, and is he afraid of doing small evil things? In any case, I, Sun Yin, am not willing to do these two things, but I'm also not afraid of doing them." Lu Huai sighed. Chapter 2024. Sun Yin had always been a fast drinker. He swayed the expensive half-flask of green ant wine and sighed, "Ah, my head hurts. My ambition is too high, I see too clearly, I think too clearly. So I, Sun Yin, am even lonelier than you idiots. In the future, I won't waste my green ant wine with a fellow Bailiang like you." Lu Huai said softly, "I've thought it through. I still want to be an official." Sun Yin immediately scolded jokingly, "Son of a bitch, you're even more stubborn than Li Jifeng. When did I not let you be an official? If you don't become an official, how will you help me, Sun Yin, in the future?" Lu Huai said sullenly, "But I only want to be an official for myself and do things for Bailiang." This time, it was Sun Yin's turn to be stunned. After a long silence, Sun Yin stood up, put down the flask of wine and walked towards his room. He seemed to be talking to himself, "It seems that you've really thought it through. Then I didn't drink the wine for nothing, I didn't speak for nothing." Lu Huai hesitated and then picked up the wine flask. He sniffed and turned his head to ask, "I drank it." With his back to Lu Huai, Sun Yin reached out a hand and bent his little finger. "There are about 3 mouthfuls of wine left. Just treat it as you owe me 3 taels of silver. Seeing that we're fellow Bailiang, I'll only take 6 taels of silver from you." Lu Huai asked, "How did you calculate this?" Sun Yin walked into the room and suddenly closed the door. He said loudly, "I, Sun Yin, am number 1 in the world in terms of craftsmanship. My ability to kill acquaintances is number 2 in the world." Lu Huai turned around and took a small sip of the green ant wine. He shuddered. From then on, Great Peace City had another drunkard. However, many years later, the young drunkard did not become an old drunkard. Instead, he became a wine immortal. The 4th year of auspicious charm, the spring flowers bloomed. Bailiang's Huaiyang Pass was located at the border of Dragon Waste State to the north. A little girl with a sable forehead and a Xianbei jade buckle on her waist was leading a crimson colt that looked like a ball of flame, slowly walking on the vast grassland. She looked like she was carved from jade, and could probably be called a top beauty in the world. Behind her were 3 old-fashioned guards. One was at the Finger Xian realm, one was at the Vajra realm, and one was at the 2nd Grade Master realm. On this tranquil grassland that was destined not to have any war, just the lineup of these 3 people was enough to make people speechless. It should be noted that right now, Liang Mang was in the middle of a war, and all the experts and grandmasters had already moved out in full force. The local snake that crossed the river, the 1,000-year-old tortoise under the pond, had all followed the 400,000-strong army to the north resisting city. For a child who looked like he was in his teens to have 3 retainers, it could be seen that his status was illustrious. In fact, it was not only the 3 top experts. Behind the 4 of them, there were also 600 to 700 armored elite cavalry, and dozens of assassins who were lurking in the dark. Finally, there were a total of 60 horse retainers patrolling around in an orderly manner. They were the Crow retainers. Before the Battle of Dragon Eye Plain, they were the only scouts in the world who could compete with the white horse crossbowmen in Liangzhou. They were the elites that Dong Zhuo spent a lot of effort to train. These 60 horse retainers were the last seeds of the Dong family, but at this time, they were all used to ensure the safety of a little girl. But in the Dong family army, no one dared to question them, because everyone knew that in the eyes of General Dong Zhuo, this little niece of his was more precious than all the princesses of the northern and southern dynasties combined. The little girl did not like to talk, but she did not have an arrogant temperament. Moreover, she was born to make people feel close to her. Even the 3 expert retainers who escorted her aimlessly all liked this naive and unaffected girl from the bottom of their hearts. That finger-profound realm martial arts master suddenly turned his head and looked to the north. At the farthest place he could see, several Crow retainers were confronting a grassland cavalry of unknown origin. Soon, half of the Dong family's private cavalry galloped over and quickly surrounded the 4 people. The remaining 300 or so cavalry headed north. That dusty and haggard cavalry seemed to be exhausted from running for their lives. Their formation was stretched intermittently. In the vision of the 6 Crow retainers, there were at least 700 cavalry. Moreover, according to the information sent back by 2 of the retainers, there were at least 1,000 cavalry in this cavalry army. The cavalry leader in the Chiliarch attire raised his horsewhip high and shouted angrily, "Quickly get out of the way! I am chasing after a fugitive. This is the military order of the Jade Toad Province's Commandant and General Huyan. Those who block me will die." The 6 Crow retainers turned a deaf ear and were completely indifferent. They did not move forward or retreat. The Beimang Chiliarch, who was full of anger, narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that he saw more than 300 cavalry rushing over, he would have led his troops and charged over. It was only 6 cavalry. No matter how powerful you were, you would still die. The young Dong family cavalry stopped his horse and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" The Beimang Chiliarch turned his head and spat fiercely, "I am the commander of the Jade Toad Province's commandant, Yelu Xianping. Why aren't you getting out of the way? If you delay the important matter, not to mention a kid like you who hasn't even grown hair, even your master will die." The Dong family cavalry said expressionlessly, "I am the Chiliarch of the cavalry army under General Dong, Yelu Shuezhen. No matter who you are, just charge forward." The Chiliarch's arrogance instantly disappeared. It was as if he had become shorter. His lips moved slightly, but he could not say a word. In the entire 13 provinces of the grassland, there were countless generals of all sizes. However, there were only 13 commandants in 20 years. Until Fatty Dong, who was once the king of the southern courtyard, became the 14th. He was also a Chiliarch with the same surname, Yelu. The Chiliarch who came from the north gnashed his teeth in hatred. He glanced at the 6 Crow retainers and then looked at the 300 cavalry. He was sure that it was really Dong Zhuo's private cavalry. Wasn't General Dong fighting to the death with the Bailiang Commandant Chu Lushan at the Huayang Pass? How could there be cavalry leisurely strolling around the border of the Dragon Waste province? In the end, they even bumped into me? His face was bitter as he helplessly said, "General Yelu, to tell you the truth, I am currently under orders to kill a Jianghu expert who escaped from Dunhuang. Not only me, but there are also 3 other cavalry armies heading south. Not to mention our casualties, even the spiderweb spies have lost dozens of people along the way." The Dong family cavalry frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "My young master is behind us. If you go south, you can go around 1 li away." That Chiliarch said with a sullen face, "General Yelu, on this trip to the south, we really wish we could flip up every inch of the land to take a look, afraid that we would miss that expert. Now that that person is heavily injured, he definitely can't run far. At most, he is 10 li away from us. My cavalry army has people who are good at hunting. If you are worried that we will disturb your noble, then I will only bring 100 cavalry to follow you. How about it?" General Yelu, You are a magnanimous person. Don't make things difficult for me, okay? Just take it as I, Yelu Xianping, am begging you. The Dong family cavalry was hesitant. The Chiliarch put away his flattering expression and said in a low voice, I, Yelu Xianping, have lost 223 brothers. They can't die in vain. The Dong family's cavalry general raised his head and looked over. Behind this person, there was a large cavalry force. There were 7 or 8 small cavalry groups, each with a dozen or so cavalry groups. Most of them were led by a knight who wasn't wearing iron armor. Like a large net, they galloped towards the south in an orderly manner. He finally nodded and said slowly, I can make the decision and allow you to bring a small amount of cavalry to follow me south. 100 cavalry. If there is one more, I will kill one. Although the Jade-Toed provincial cavalry general felt a little regretful, he was more than happy. This person was also a decisive person. He raised his arm and waved his hand. Only 90 or so cavalry followed him south. The rest of the cavalry were 1 li away on the 2 sides, continuing forward. Unknowingly, the encirclement of the 300 horsemen around the little girl had expanded by 50 paces. 3 of her personal retainers were standing side by side behind the girl. Seeing this scene, the Dong family cavalry general, Yelu Xiezhen, narrowed his eyes and didn't make a sound. In the group of 100 people chasing the cavalry army, the 3 riders who seemed to be randomly galloping would occasionally dismount and carefully observe the grassland. They would even pull up a blade of grass and sniff it. They would follow the edge of the circular formation and gradually head south. Finally, they mounted their horses. After the 3 people's gazes met, one of them shook his head at the cavalry general. Yelu Xuanping's expression was complicated. It was unknown whether he was disappointed or relieved. After carefully sizing up the little girl several times from the corner of his eyes, he cupped his fists and said gratefully to the Dong family cavalry general not far away, no matter what, this general thanks General Yelu. The 2 cavalry generals had the same surname and the same official position. However, the one who called himself this general knew that he couldn't do anything with the other party. Yelu Xiezhen said calmly, You have worked hard. The cavalry army that was like an autumn hunt on the grassland continued south to pursue prey. After the cavalry army disappeared from sight, Yelu Xiezhen rode his horse to the little girl's side. He had long since reached out and pressed down on the hilt of his blade, staring at the grassland not far to the south. At the same time, the 3 martial masters all turned around. The finger-profound realm retainer completely blocked the little girl's figure. The other 2 were separated by a dozen or so steps. It was Tao Manwu. The little girl poked her head out and softly shouted, You can come out. There was no movement at all. She raised her voice and kindly reminded, It's useless even if you continue to hide. Finally, the grassland loosened slightly and then exploded with a bang. An abnormally tall and sturdy figure quickly and violently charged towards Tao Manwu. 2 thick chains pulled out a rainbow light, respectively stabbing towards the chests of the 2 retainers on the left and right of the little girl. The little girl hurriedly shouted, Don't kill. If it had been a moment later, that assassin's neck would have been broken by the finger-profound realm retainer. This retainer had already arrived in front of the assassin. The 5 fingers of his left hand grasped the man's neck. His right hand clenched into a fist, only an inch away from the assassin's heart.